Adaptation. For the record, Councilmember Fimbres is attending this meeting electronically. The first item is the PSPRS. Time has been set aside for a discussion of the Public Safety Personnel Retirement System and presentation by Michael Townsend, the System Administrator. Mr. Townsend, if you'd like to join us up here at the table, we'd really appreciate it. In the meantime, I just wanted to give a little bit of background. Maybe we have the same thing to say, Mr. Manager, but we have established a 115 trust to be able to fund the PSPRS system to significantly reduce our unfunded pension liability for public safety workers. The magnitude of the challenge of the pension fund for the city of Tucson is $1.8 billion in unfunded liability, but this does not include the funds that are currently in the 115 trust that we have in the bank and that are being managed by a board. We have been doing a pretty good job with our 115 trust and our TSRS system. From 2022, our game plan was to keep the 3 to 5 years of 115 trust to continue funding our PSPRS and transfer it to the board when we felt that it was the appropriate time. So I want to acknowledge the improvements that have been made at the state PSPRS board. We are fortunate to have dedicated members that serve, that are local PSPRS board members, and this is a conversation and update to mayor and council and the community about our pension liability and how the PSPRS system is being managed. So, Mr. Manager, if you'd like to add and introduce our guests.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't go over that info. I think that you've outlined it very well in terms of the evolution of this relationship and conversation. What I will do is take a quick moment and introduce Mike Townsend. I've known Mike for many years, more years than either one of us probably want to remember, back when we both worked for the county structure. If you remember some of the conversations that have happened, even dating back to 2015, was the mayor and council's concerns about unfunded liability and then the annual increase in costs. When Mr. Townsend took over in 2019, I was very excited about that, but also suggested that it would take some time for this group to feel comfortable and confident in the PSPRS board and obviously the performance of their investments were such that we wanted to get on board. As you outlined, Mayor, the Section 115 is in place. That is not on the table today for you to make any decision on it. It's just more of a point of information. At some point, based on the level of comfort that you all develop, we will come back to you and have a conversation about that going forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mike.
Thank you, Manager Ortega. Mayor Romero, council members, thank you for the invitation, the opportunity to be here today. I'll go through an introduction of myself, give you kind of the past, the present, and the future at PSPRS, what's been happening. I have with me in the audience Clark Partridge. He's one of our staff. Clark is the former state comptroller. He worked there with the state for many years. He was a board member on the board of trustees of ASRS for many years. He has a great background and has been meeting with your staff to go through some of the tools and education on how the pensions work. Also joining me to my right is Mark Steed. He's our Chief Investment Officer. He was promoted to that position less than a year before I took over as administrator, so he's been in that role for really a short period of time. But I'd like to ask Mark if he could give a quick introduction of his background and what he's accomplished.
Thanks, Mike, and council members. As Mike said, my name is Mark Steed. I was appointed the Chief Investment Officer in 2018. We had a lame duck board, so we really got to work in 2019, and then straight into COVID, so we've tried to get as much done as we possibly can. As you might imagine, our review started with just routine inspections of parts of the portfolio, stepping through each of the asset classes, understanding the risk appetite. What we've really been focused on is how our portfolio changes in volatility impact contribution rates for our constituents, because you can't just keep raising contribution rates to the sky. At the same time, we've been reducing the number of asset classes that we have, and that's been helpful because it means that investments have to compete with each other for fewer dollars. Results have been great, typically top half or top quartile across all major time periods. When I started, they were in the bottom 15% across all major time periods. So performance has improved. The portfolio is more liquid now because of the cash flows of the system have now modestly turned negative, which is pretty typical in a pension. Usually you're distributing kind of 2 to 3% a year. We were cash flow positive before that, so that's created some changes in the portfolio. All that is to say that in addition to the portfolio, we've made changes in personnel. We've broadened the team. We've also invested significantly in technology. I have an undergrad degree, an MBA, and then when I figured out my MBA was worthless, I went back and got another degree in predictive analytics from Northwestern. So what we've been building out at PSPRS is really just a platform to streamline due diligence and monitoring, and then use the analytics without going too far and letting the machines make decisions to make better decisions. I think one of the reasons why things have worked out is we've also created a process by which we can, I think, enhance accountability. So every decision, every recommendation that people on our team make scored. They have to be very specific, as in this investment will do X by this date, and they have to say how confident they are. And then we measure if you're 70% confident, for example, are you right 70% of the time? That has a way of kind of creating a more egalitarian process. And if your goal is to get to truth, I think that's very helpful. And I think that's why we've made some really good decisions, not just on the asset allocation side, but within the asset classes themselves. There's been better performance. So I'll pause there. In short, the performance is up and fees are down. And I'd be glad to delve into any of those as time permits, but I'll stop and pass it back to Mike.
Thanks, Mark. So I'd like to go into a little bit of my background because that really has a lot to do with the changes that we've gone through and kind of what my goals have been since I took over. As Mr. Ortega mentioned, I come from the county background. I spent 5 years with the City of Flagstaff first, and then the last 20 years before taking this job with Coconino County. My last position there was Deputy County Manager and CFO. While I was there, we put in place a plan to address our unfunded pension liabilities. At the bottom end, we were at about 25% funded when I was there. We started the plan in 2016 after the legislature closed tiers 1 and 2. So stopped digging that hole. It was time to start thinking about how we were going to address it. It took me a long time to figure it out. I was not getting answers when I would ask. I spent a lot of my own time in research figuring this out, and that was one of the things that I was really frustrated with. Why I wanted to take this job was to help employers understand how do the pensions work and how do they look at options for funding their unfunded liabilities. That plan that I put in place, we started in 2016. They continued after I left, and as of 2021, they're 100% funded. And so it's getting to that understanding and the reality and coming up with a plan. There's not a silver bullet. There's no single way to do it. You just really need to start addressing it and look at a long-term plan about what it's going to be. I'd like to go through some of the changes, what I found when I was there, what caused this in the past, and then what we've done the first few years of my tenure and where we're going. The two biggest issues from the past, number one was what's called the PBI, the permanent benefit increase. It was a cost of living adjustment. Just the way those were structured, they were not accounted for in the actuarial valuation, so they weren't included in the contributions. It was also taking the high investment returns and reducing them, so it was really just putting the whole system at a disadvantage to get funded. The other thing, which is usually misstated, has to do with recessions. Now, recessions are natural in an economy. They're always going to happen. And here in the next couple of years, we may have another recession. If we do, we're probably going to have a couple more in the next 20 years. They're going to happen. And so if they're going to happen, you can't blame the unfunded liabilities on a recession. what we need to blame is not planning for the recessions. And what happened was amortizing those losses and the gains when you have the gain years is how you manage those over time to build those into the contribution rates. What was happening was they kept re-amortizing or like refinancing a mortgage and pushing things further out. So they didn't even pay for the dot-com bubble when the housing bubble came along, and they just added all of that new loss on and kept re-amortizing and pushing things out. And so that's why it kept getting worse and worse. It wasn't the recession, it was how they were handling the recessions. And so when I started, there were a lot of challenges, not just in terms of the valuations and the unfunded liabilities. In my first couple months, we were faced with not being able to get through the audit because the general ledger system was not functioning and the board members were not even aware of that. Since then, we've implemented a new general ledger system. We have new auditors. We have new actuaries. My entire team is new. I think we're close to about 80% of the entire staff at the agency are new since I started. A new deputy manager. I mentioned I got Clark Partridge from the state. I'll take all the credit for that. We've pilfered other state agencies. We've gotten the best we could find from the other state agencies to bring in. So the whole new team, we've changed the actuarial assumptions. We've changed the funding policy about how we're addressing those. So just to make sure we're working with all the employers, the outreach that I talked about was one of the things I really wanted to start when I got there, was to start helping all the employers in the state understand what needs to happen with this plan if we're going to get it funded. So we have the structure in place on how we're going through the valuations, calculating the contributions. We'll work to help any staff understand. We created the modeler tool, which I know Clark Partridge has worked with your staff to go through and look at different scenarios to plan for how to address these. But the bottom line is, whether an employer puts in additional contributions or not over the next 20 years, we're going to get these large unfunded liabilities paid for because they're now in the contribution structure. And so we've got that in place. We have objectives. We have measurable metrics about making progress on those for the valuations as we go forward. So we'll have measurable progress about how we're going to get there. So one way or another, it's all going to get there over the next 10 to 20 years. There's opportunities, if there is additional cash, to create savings in operational budgets. We have had the conversations with your staff about the debt financing that you went through, the 115 trust, which hindsight, having the benefit of hindsight to look back, what a great opportunity. You know, doing a debt financing less than 3%, any employer in America is not going to be able to do that now for many years. That was a good first step. That really was good. That gave you the flexibility so you can make decisions now going forward from a good position. So it's, there's a good decision. It's not about right or wrong going forward. It's about what's going to work for you, what helps with your budget. Coming from local government, I understand budgeting, and I understand this one line item for pension contributions is not what makes up your budget. There's a whole lot of other needs out there. So we're going to do what we can to help answer your questions and help with opportunities, whether it's looking at different amounts, timing, how we do that. Is there some amount you set aside as a contingency to help with volatility in the future? As I mentioned, there's going to be future recessions. There's going to be gains and losses on the portfolio. The demographics are going to change. We try to predict the best we can, but we don't know how long people are going to live in retirement. So things are going to change. So as we manage that and help you with that, having something to offset the volatility in your budget will help you plan for the future. But I think you're in a good position and have a lot of opportunities to build for better outcomes as you go forward. We're here. Clark Partridge is here, but I just wanted to kind of go through that so you could understand what we're doing. We're putting a new computer system in place, the pension administration system. We're redoing our governance manual about how we function and what the objectives are. I talked about the funding policies and making sure that structurally we're getting this system back to being funded and have the systems in place to help prevent what happened in the past from happening again. So I'll stop here. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Townsend. I really appreciate you coming in and doing a presentation to us. I'm the chair of the PSPRS board as the mayor of Tucson, so I sit and, we have these discussions as well as other decisions that we have to make. And then, of course, I'm the mayor now, going on 3.5 years, but I've sat as a council member at this table for 12 years. So I'm going on 16 years of really having to do everything we possibly can to manage the unfunded liability, very specifically with PSPRS. And one of the reasons that this mayor and council decided to create the 115 Trust is because we saw how our board managed the TSRS, which has been funded at anywhere from 74 to 78% historically, to how the PSPRS was managed, that was funded when I first started as a council member at 32%. And so every single year, this mayor and council, unlike, other jurisdictions, federal government, we have to balance our books. And I would see year after year how much money we had to put in without us, mayor and council, being able to make any decisions. But just to kind of write the check, 60 million, 50 million a year, 80 million a year, to help fund the PSPRS so that we can keep our commitment to our public safety workers that retired from the city of Tucson. And so when the opportunity came to create the 115 Trust, to have the city of Tucson be able to have much more of a say in terms of managing and being able to fund from that management, the PSPRS, we jumped at the opportunity, like you said, 3% on debt is actually giving us funds to be able to manage our system. So I say that only because some of us at this table have sat here 9 years, 12 years, and had not seen any movement forward in terms of the state management of the PSPRS system. And we're really happy that like you said, it's you're new, you have a brand new set of ethics and ideas to be able to change what had historically been happening with the PSPRS system. But I think, in my opinion, and this, I don't speak for my colleagues on the council, but in my opinion, I think that we have to be able to have more of these sessions and then look at each other's numbers to see how it's all changing, right? Because if, for whatever reason, our 115 Trust is not performing as well as the PSPRS system is, then we're going to have conversations. How do we transfer that money that we're managing under the 115 to the PSPRS system? But I think we've got to be able to create the situation where we all feel comfortable with that possibility in the future. So for me, is one of the most important questions that I need to ask both our 115 Trust and you all as the administrators of the PSPRS, what is the funded ratio of the PSPRS system right now without our 115 Trust?
So from an aggregate basis, when we put all the different plans together, the public safety portion, police and fire, the last valuation was about 65%. I'm estimating with the additional contributions and the investment returns, we should be in the 70s
Okay.
in this next valuation.
So the funded ratio for PSPRS without the 115 Trust of the City of Tucson is funded right now at 60%?
65.
65%. That's much better than it has ever been in the 16 years that I have served the people of Tucson. Yes, sir.
I think it was probably in the mid-40s when both of us joined
Okay.
3 years ago, and it's actually been the subject of 2 articles. It was the second fastest growing pension in North America 2 years ago, and is the fastest last year.
That's wonderful to hear.
No other pension plan in America grew assets last year.
Has been secured more than this one. With our 115 trust, and maybe this is a question for Anna, Mr. City Manager, with our 115 trust, counting the 115 trust, our PSPRS system is how much funded. So if we were to include the 115 funds, what is the funded ratio of the system?
Mayor and council members, including the city of Tucson's assets, it brings our total plan assets up to $1.2 billion. Against that $1.8 billion of total liability means that we are funded at about 64%.
Okay. Alrighty, I'm going to open up for my colleagues on the council. Any questions? It's a good time to ask. Councilmember Cunningham.
So I'm trying to figure this out. If PSPRS is funded at 65%, but ours is, but not including the trust, and then we add the trust, and now it's down to 64%. That doesn't add up to me. I understand why we have a delta, but can we explain for everybody else in the room? Because that really shouldn't make sense to anybody.
So I can try to give just a quick rundown on the numbers. So the 65% that I'm speaking of are all the police and fire plans across the state of Arizona. So you look at the assets versus liabilities, about 65% of the assets are there. For the city of Tucson, you have your own police and fire plans that have your own assets and liabilities that are a different percentage from that 64. So I think what the answer was, including the assets in the 115 trust, puts you in that 64% range of what you're funded for the Tucson plans only.
So our plan is funded basically evenly with the rest of the state, including our programs.
That'd be the average across the state, yeah.
So my next question is, how's the trust performing compared to the fund management of the PSRS system?
Mayor and council members, the performance of the 115 trust assets for the year that ended June 30th, the one-year period ending June 30th, earnings were 10.67% on the trust, which is substantially better than we've seen the year prior. That we've been living through a lot of market volatility, as we've talked about. Our trust inception date was in April of 2021, so it's just been in existence for a couple years.
How'd you guys do last year?
So last year, we were 7.9, which I would, ending 6/30/2023. So what's happened is all the employers have contributed extra cash. That's created a cash drag on the portfolio, so we're around 15% cash. And that cash drag pulled the performance down. If we were at our target allocation, it would have been closer to 9.
But, so the trust did pretty well. Well done.
Yeah.
And they're going to have a different mix, so it is going to be different year to year, so, yeah.
It's all fine. I just think that for us right now, and remember,
Historically, it's okay.
on the 10.78, we have to minus out the 2% we're paying for the money anyway, so it comes out about the same. But the bottom line is, for us, is it gives us some control. That's why we set it up. And I don't foresee us actually, I think we're going to continue to want to have that hybrid. It makes us unique and sets us apart. And I think that's why we did it.
Well, and it's such a newbie, right? It's such a new trust that I think average year after year is going to have to be, we're going to have to look at the average year after year, because the previous year we hadn't performed as well. And that's natural when it comes to investment. So any other questions? Councilmember Lee.
This kind of makes sense to me, but I was wondering if you could explain a little bit more about, you said the unfunded balance is now built into the compensation structure. Can you just explain that a little bit, what that means?
Yeah, so to give you a little more context on what those numbers actually mean. So the assets, we look at what is the market value today. When we talk about the liabilities, the actuaries estimate what are the future benefits that these members are going to earn. So they actually project what are the cash flows into the future for lifetimes of all the members. And then they discount those back to a present value. So we're looking at present value of the liabilities versus the assets today. And so when you, each year, every member, every officer, every firefighter is going to earn additional service. They're going to earn a little bit more of their future benefit. Okay? And so we have to calculate what's the cost of that. In addition, if there's a shortfall in unfunded liability, we amortize that similar to a mortgage. And so the combination of what they're going to earn for the current year plus amortizing that unfunded portion, we're coming up with what are the dollars we need to be contributed to stay on pace to get the system funded. That's that valuation process of setting those contributions and what's going to be required so that we do get to a fully funded system. No.
And Mr. Manager, how much did the city of Tucson contribute to the PSPRS system last year? And how much of it came from the 115 trust?
So Mayor, I'm going to have Anna explain the actual numbers, but I want to make sure that there's clarity. So we have two components to it. One of them is what we actually write a check to the PSPRS directly from the city of Tucson, and then what the 115 trust sends to PSPRS, which then we pay the 115 trust. So it's, I just want to make sure that we're clear. There's a total bill there, and it sounds smaller depending on how you dissect it. So Anna, if you could outline the numbers, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. So for last budget year, we sent a combined total of $84 million
Can't do anything right today.
to the PSPRS system. $48 million of that was from the general fund and $36 million was from the trust. In this year's budget, we are planning to spend $124 million, send that to PSPRS, $88 million of it from the general fund and $36 million from the trust.
Councilmember Kozlowczyk, and then Councilmember Dahl.
So what is your time horizon for becoming fully funded?
Well, going back, so we were essentially on about a 15-year amortization for most of the plans. There was an option in statute for employers that requesting to do so could re-amortize out to 30 years. So those are down now to a 24-year amortization, and the city of Tucson is in that 24-year amortization. Most of them are on 14, some are at 24.
And you're 2-ish years into that?
No, we're, so it went to 30, so we're 6 years into that process.
Okay. The primary reason we got into this, the 115, was because the trajectory that we saw was just untenable. And probably the single most important decision that this mayor and council has made from a financial standpoint is that. And some of the decisions that you all make continue to affect our general fund, and such as the earnings, anticipated earnings. How much of an impact, let me rephrase it this way, how much, where in your decision-making process does the impact on our general fund fall when you're making those assumptions? And what kind of dialogue happens before you just kind of send us the bill?
So, so the bottom, to start with, our starting point, we are mandated in the Constitution, we have a fiduciary duty to manage the trust in the interest of the members. So that's to make sure that the contributions come in and we have investments to have the cash to pay the benefits when they're due. So that's our number one priority in the Constitution, is make sure we have the money to pay the benefits. So we do, to the extent we can, look at what's the impact on the employers. But we still have to make sure the money's there at the end of the day. One of the things we looked at changing was, I talked about the actuarial process that we go through for calculating the contributions. And what happened in the past was referred to as negative amortization, which is basically the same as not even paying the interest on your credit card. And that's why it kept growing. So we've changed some of the things so that's not going to happen. And we actually have made a shift on how we calculated The actuarial process that was used was referred to as a level percent of pay. So if you keep the level percent of pay the same, but your payroll grows over time, the dollars of your contributions grow. And that's where you had these huge contribution requirements 20 years out for employers. It was because of that process. And so we've been phasing in a change to that to get it closer to what we call a level dollar, which would be similar to a debt service on a bond financing, where you pay the same dollar amount. That way you get to where you know what your expenditures are going to be for that structure, and you can manage it better into the future. It doesn't just keep growing to become a bigger number. So we're phasing those kind of changes in. We work those changes on the funding policy through our advisory committee. It has a representative for the employers, Craig Sullivan from the County Supervisors Association, John Flynn from the fire districts, and Tom Belshey from the League of Cities and Towns. And so when we go through that process on that funding policy, we take that to the stakeholders for them to go back and talk to the employers about those changes and why we're doing it. And going through that process, we had the support of all the advisory committee that this was in the best interest long-term of the employers to make those changes. So we can't go around to all 300 individual plans to have those conversations about what's happening to your contribution rates. But we are cognizant of what that impact is over the long term.
Thank you.
So we're going with Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilmember Fimbres has his hands up.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming. This has been fascinating. This is a little off topic. We have a robust Tucson Resilient Together Climate Action Plan, and we're going to be looking at our investments, not right away, but down the road in our implementation plan. And it's going to get hotter and hotter. It's a very hot summer. I imagine in Phoenix, when the average is 125 or 130, there might be more demand for doing everything we possibly can. Been working with a group out of the university of students and faculty called UA Divest, looking at divesting from fossil fuel investments. So my questions for you is, should you be directed by the legislature, by initiative, however, to divest? What would be the challenges in your portfolio to accomplishing that?
Well, and I'll let Mr. Steed get to the portfolio piece of that, but really what I just brought up about our fiduciary duty in the Constitution is to manage to run the system at the constricting costs of running it, but also maximizing investment returns in the interest of the members to pay their benefits. So that's our number one priority. So anything else, any other outside direction in terms of the investment portfolio, we would have to reconcile with that fiduciary duty of managing the portfolio. There would be the size of the portfolio does create challenges also of having those types of directives in certain areas. I don't know if you want to touch on that more.
Yeah, so keeping in mind that we're the composite of several hundred different, cities and towns and pension funds, right? You can imagine City of Phoenix might come down on one side of an issue, Town of Gilbert might come down on another side of an issue. So our overall obligation is to adhere to those fiduciary standards and to maximize the returns given a level of risk. We do get queries all the time about various social initiatives, divesting from fossil fuels, boycotts in Israel. There are maybe to your question, some practical issues with that. Private prisons is another one that just came up recently. Maybe I'll use that as an example. If you want to index your U.S. equity allocation, which is the cheapest thing you can do for U.S. equity, there's 2 companies in the Russell 3000 that are private prisons. So if you wanted to create a statute or prevent the trust from investing in private prisons, you'd have to take those 2 out from the Russell 3000. Or if you wanted to divest from fossil fuels, same thing. And as a CIO, it's important that I should reinforce here, it's not my money. So it's not my view. If the trustees vote it this way and it's legal, we would implement that and we would make it clear what the impact is. Speaking of fossil fuels, for a long time, that looked like a good decision. If you wanted to divest from fossil fuels because you had social or moral ethical issues with them, that turned out to be a good economic decision. It has not looked like a good economic decision in the last year or 2. So there are just a number of practical issues like that, and then often the statutes are drafted so vaguely that it's not clear as to how far down that would go. So if we invest in a company that hires a subcontractor that may be violating one of these principles, are we in violation of the statute? So there are considerations like that that are very practical and real.
Thanks, considerable challenges.
Yeah, and we have a lot of interest groups that aren't even members of the system, which is probably the most frustrating. Out-of-state interest groups who got this done in Utah, or got it done in Idaho, or got it done in New York, and are trying to push our legislators to do the same thing here, but they're neither paying into the system nor drawing a benefit. And yet we will drop what we're doing to respond to them, and it's very frustrating.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl. Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What other steps could Tucson take to help the Tucson PSPRS fund?
What steps can we take to help making sure the funded ratio of the PSPRS is in a healthy state?
Yeah, so as I said, I believe that the structural changes that we're making are going to get it there. So it's going to get there one way or another. The opportunities are what you've done with your debt financing or maybe other cash reserves is what options do you have? Does that create other savings in your budget? I know when you have an issue debt at 3% and you're earning investment returns on it, you're earning more than 3%, so you're already cash flow ahead. So it's really not, here are the specific steps you go through. It's really what's going to work for you with your budgeting process and how you manage those funds. Because really, whether it's in your 115 trust or it's you put the cash with PSPRS, as Mr. Steed said, we're the trustees managing the money for you. Those are your plans. It's still going to be your money. It's just how do you want to control it? Where do you want those funds to be? And how are you going to manage your overall budget? We'd be happy. We have the modeler tool that your staff have about putting different scenarios together, different amounts, different timing to look at what does that do to contribution rates, so you can look at what's the best decision for you and how you manage that.
You can shock investment returns as well.
Councilmember
Thank
Fimbres,
you.
did you have any other questions, Councilmember Fimbres?
I just want to know how are other cities in Arizona dealing with PSPRS?
Yeah, so, yeah, there's a lot of them across the state. The debt financing path is what a lot we're doing, which really had to do with the unique situation with low interest rates. That's gone. That's not going to be around for quite some time now. The state of Arizona used cash reserves, which other employers have done. I think the city of Peoria was one that has a large cash reserve, and they're doing it. They're looking at opportunities each year, so different times, whether it's every 6 months, every 3 months, they're making an additional contribution. The city of Prescott and I think the city of Globe went to tax initiatives and put a tax revenue in place directly to their pension system. So there's a lot of different options you can look at. I know one of the things that we talked to the city of Phoenix about was looking at what are they budgeting for the contributions, given the number of vacancies that they have, that since that's already budgeted, look at the end of the year, whatever the balance is remaining, make that as an additional contribution to stay on track. So there's a lot of different it's essentially, it really is like managing a credit card. Anything you can do to get that balance down is going to save on interest over time.
Thank you. Councilmember Cunningham, and then we're going to have to go to
Yep,
the next item.
last question. How many retirees in PSPRS do we have that we're paying out to right now?
For the city of Tucson,
Retired police and firefighters we're paying out of our fund.
I can't answer that for you. It's in your valuation. I can get that for you, and I can get that to staff, so the breakdown of actives, contributing, and retirees.
Just like to know the number of retirees that we're paying out, because if we're putting in $124 million a year, plus what the fund is earning in interest, plus what the employees are paying in, I'd be curious to how that adds up. That's all. I mean, nothing bad, just curious.
Mr. Manager, if you want to close this off.
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity, and thank you for your attention to Mr. Townsend and Mr. Steed. Just to put things in perspective, I think that the policy decisions you all have made with regard to the pension obligation bonds, the Section 115 trust. Also, Mike just mentioned what the city of Phoenix is doing with regard to paying for their vacancies. Just to refresh your memory, we've actually been doing that for about 6 years. because we realize that if you don't, then your unfunded liability goes up. We've also been taking advantage of the returns that PSPRS has had by giving them a larger contribution up front as opposed to every 2 weeks. And so those are some things that we've done to manage, and they've all added up to a reduction of that unfunded liability, or at least the percentage of the funded liability. And those are all policy decisions that you all have made as either a part of the budget or specific actions that you've taken. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Townsend. Thank you, Mr. Steve. Really appreciate your hard work. I really do recognize the work that has been done by you, Mr. Townsend, and your team to make sure that we are, at the end of the day, this is a pension system for public safety workers that have served our cities and counties and towns with dignity, and that I, as the mayor of Tucson, continue to be 100% committed to a pension system that is working and that is going to be there for our police and firefighters in the city of Tucson. So we do invest a lot of money every single year to make sure that it is happening, to the tune of $124 million in one fiscal year. The 115 Trust is helping alleviate that blow, because that means that we're investing $124 million less on salaries and services that are beneficial for both our workers and Tucson. And so really appreciate the hard work. Let's continue talking. You are invited here anytime you feel you want to have a conversation with us and give us good updates. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And again, yeah, anytime we want to continue, and we'll continue working with staff.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Mr. Manager, I'm going to move item 4 up. Ms. Clerk, if that's okay, I'm going to move item 4 because we have presenters here that I'd like to give the time to. Item 4, Councilmember Cunningham, is an item that was requested by both Councilmember Santa Cruz and Councilmember Cunningham. Time has been set aside for a discussion regarding fraudulent sober living homes. Councilmember Cunningham, if you want to open the item, but I do want to say that we have speakers here that would want to contribute to the conversation. So I'm going to welcome you all and name you by names, but we'll first start with Councilmember Cunningham on his opening comments, and then we'll have you all do your presentation. So welcome to Veronica Boone, Tucson Indian Center Wellness Director, as well as Christine Holden, Access Tribal Liaison, representatives from the Tohono O'odham Nation, Dr. Catherine Casanova, Charlotte Marquez, and Marceline Conde, Haven Counselor and Resident Amber Santa Cruz, Julia Chavez from the Arizona Complete Health, and Veronica Boone from the Tucson Indian Center, which I just introduced, Wellness Director. So what we'll do, Councilmember Cunningham, we'll start with you, and then we'll welcome you all to the mic.
So this is an issue that exists existentially on 4 different levels. It exists on the community level. It exists with neighbors who are seeing unregulated sober homes operating within their neighborhoods, and they are curious as to what kind of regulation they're under. It is a city issue in that we have other cities around the country have, and specifically around the state, having those same experiences. It is a national issue in that we are having individuals that are basically practically kidnapped and taken to these sober living homes, and at some point in this process, sober living homes are some sober living homes, bad actors are billing out, whether it's to tribal services, to Social Security, to whoever, and billing that out to collect money and exploit people who are either in suffering some form of addiction or who have in the past. And finally, it's a state issue in that the state of Arizona opened a case last year and caught on to some of these bad actors in different communities. So we've had all these things going on. I brought some stuff for everyone here. These are draft ordinances in Phoenix. This is a draft of the, some of these is a draft of the Department of Health Services on how you open a sober living home. Some of this is a zoning application in the city of Phoenix on how you open a sober living home. And I brought that all for your information, the council's consideration later on. But that's how this item came to be. Over the past 4 months, our team at Ward 2 worked with law enforcement and a couple state agencies and a federal agency to take a look at a couple of the homes that appeared to be bad actors. And we found probably more ambiguous results than concrete results, but we did find some results that were definitely alarming. At the same time, my colleague in Ward 1, Lane Santa Cruz, spoke with tribal services and spoke with some of our partners who have a better understanding on how this issue exists in the nations. And so that's what our guests are doing here. So I'm going to turn it over to them so they can let us know what's going on. I just want to let you guys know how happy I am to see you today. And I wanted you guys to do your stuff, and then I've got a motion for the council.
Sure. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point out, Councilmember Cunningham did pass out something. We are emailing it to Councilmember Fimbres since he is online. So the staff will email, so he'll have the same information. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and I'd like to again welcome our speakers, our presenters. Thank you so much for being here today to help us understand this really important issue. And I know that I would want to make sure that we have our Native nations here in the Tucson area, in the Tucson region, both the Yaqui, Pascua Yaqui tribe, as well as the Tohono Nation, as part of this conversation, because it's important to all of us, and we know that up in the Phoenix Valley, this has exploded. And we want to make sure that we are moving ahead of those fraudulent homes that are planning to either open up here or continue expanding here. So welcome. I don't know who'd like to take the mic first. Please go ahead and welcome again. And I know that you have a presentation for us today.
Okay, thank you. Gawatsi, Yata, Veronica Boone, Yanisha. Good morning, or good afternoon, sorry. My name's Veronica Boone. I'm a member of the Navajo Nation. I have been in the Tucson area almost 30 years. I came to go to the U of A, graduated, have a bachelor's degree in family studies from there. I also went to the Tucson component of ASU, so not Tempe. Kept it local. But I also have a master's in social work from ASU. I work for an organization that has roots in the community. The Tucson Indian Center is celebrating their 60th year of existence this year. So again, a longstanding community-based organization. Our target population is urban American Indians and Alaska Natives who live off reservation and in the city of Tucson. So the city, basically, again, off reservation, but we still serve a lot of people who go back and forth from the city to the reservation. They come back. Why? Employment, education, housing, maybe more opportunities. So with that, I've been here almost 30 years. I raised my family here, my children. Tucson is home. So with this, I'm also thinking this is an issue that affects my community, my people, my tribal members. So I think it's very important that we kind of, if I were you, I think, what's the prevalence? What's going on? How did this happen? What can we do? what are future plans. So with that, I've assembled a team, again, very varied. We have Kyle Sawyer, and they'll give more robust introductions. Kyle Sawyer with Access. We have community health, behavioral health providers. Julia Chavez with Arizona Complete Health. Amber Santa Cruz behind me, who is with The Haven. We have a community member with a personal story. And then we also have members, professional members who work with the Tohono O'odham Nation. So we have Dr. Catherine Casanova, Marceline Condi, and then Charlotte Marquez. So thank you. And with that, if you could advance to the next slide, please. So this is the introductions, and we'll just go straight into it with Kyle taking the lead. And then I know our time's limited, so we want to respect your time. So with that, Kyle.
Thank you, Veronica, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me here today. I'm Kyle Sawyer. I'm with Access. I'm our Assistant Director of Public Policy and Strategic Planning. So as you guys noted, earlier this year, Access was able to work with the Attorney General's office and the Governor's office to issue over 100 credible allegations of fraud suspensions to providers across the state who've been engaged in fraudulent practices affiliated with fraudulent billing of the agency, including sober living homes. What was occurring is many of these providers would register an outpatient treatment clinic and then have affiliated sober living homes where they would bring in members either through coercion or otherwise to reside in those homes and utilize their access IDs to fraudulently bill the Medicaid agency. So essentially they were using the Medicaid agency as a way to bring in funding by placing these individuals in the homes. In many cases, these bad actors weren't providing any services, and in some cases, we even had reports of them providing drugs and alcohol to the members within the homes themselves. So the governor, the attorney general, and the directors of the various agencies took swift action this year to take steps to shut down this fraudulent scheme. So that included the credible allegation of fraud suspensions, which are cooperations between the agency and law enforcement partners. So every credible allegation of fraud has to be accepted by a law enforcement agency, either the FBI or the Attorney General's office or another law enforcement agency. That stops the funding from going from the Medicaid agency to that suspended provider. So that's kind of the baseline process. Even over the past few years, when there were behavioral health providers that were found to be fraudulent, you can look back, you'll see various suspensions. But that's just scratching the surface. In the past, when you had these suspensions, what would happen is the provider would just go start another company, you suspend company ABC, they start company DEF, and start getting funding again. So recognizing that, we really needed to take a holistic approach to shutting down these facilities. So what the Medicaid agency, along with our other state agencies, have done is we've put a provider moratorium in place, so no new providers can come into the Medicaid system, into the behavioral health space. This is along with suspending the providers. We've also started shutting some of the loopholes that they were exploiting. So, for example, there was a certain code that you could bill to the agency, and you would receive 50% of whatever you billed. So you would tell us whatever your costs were, and we would pay you 50%. As a bad actor, you could see how you would utilize that code to bill a very large amount and not have the level of oversight that you would expect. So we've set a rate for that code. We've also put in edits in place to stop multiple days billing on a single day, so that we could catch when a code that should be one per diem was being billed 2 times per day. So we've put in many of these measures that will start catching the bad actors who try to exceed those rates. And to that effect, we have been continuing to issue more and more suspensions as the year goes on. This isn't done, but there are difficulties in identifying these fraudulent bad actors. And one of those is that Access, we don't pay for sober living homes. We don't pay for the unregulated or the regulated sober living homes. We pay for the outpatient treatment center. So if you were to ask me today, how many sober living homes are in your community, I don't have the answer to that because those aren't the facilities that we are directly contracted with. We're contracted with that outpatient facility, and that outpatient facility is then outsourcing the members into these various sober living homes. So we've been working closely with our partners at ADHS who do regulate the regulated sober living homes and making sure that we're bringing an entire state approach. So when we go out on investigations, we'll bring out ADHS to look into the sober living home facilities. We'll bring out DES, APS to look into any adult protective services issues that might be going on. We work with local law enforcement to make sure any local laws are being enforced on the facilities. So what I would really ask you, Mayor and Council, today is to continue your partnership with us, continue reporting when you or your communities suspect someone of fraudulent activity, because that'll kick off the process of us being able to go to all our other partners, bring everyone together, and shut down these bad actors. You guys are much closer to your communities than anyone at the state level is. It's your neighbors that are going to be coming to you, reporting these facilities. They're going to be going to their local law enforcement. And it's so important to us that that information comes up to us. So you can report fraud to Access at accessfraud@azaccess.gov. Or I know my contact information is in there. If you send it to me, I'll make sure it gets to our partners, and we'll make sure it's spread across the state to the agencies who can help enforce the law. The one other thing I wanted to make you guys aware of is this issue we've absolutely identified is connected with that missing, murdered Indigenous peoples issue for the past few years. Access we've set up with on our website. If you go there, we have missing peoples at azaccess.gov or missing persons at azaccess.gov. This allows local law enforcement, when you have missing persons cases, to request data from Access, and we can go into our system and see if that member has been receiving services from one of our providers and provide that information back to you to the extent allowable under federal law. So you can find that on our website. This will allow us to provide you with the maximum amount of data we can to assist you in your cases. So I'd be happy to take any questions or turn it over to our next presenter.
Thank you, Kyle, very much. Well done.
We'll do questions at the end, but next we have Amber Santa Cruz with The Haven.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for inviting us here today to speak on this matter. A little bit more about myself. My name is Amber Santa Cruz. I am the Native Ways Program Manager at The Haven. A little bit more about The Haven in that we are an organization that has been serving the Tucson community for the last 53 years. Our Native Ways program was first initiated in 2005 by Victoria Steele. So it was a program that was identified to serve Indigenous women and help them on their recovery process. I have been with The Haven for the last 5 years, and in 4.5 of those years, I have worked as the primary therapist in our IOP clinic. So I know firsthand what we are encountering, as well as the need for behavioral health in our communities. I want to introduce Victoria to share her story. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you guys for having me here today. My name is Victoria Frias. I am in the Haven's intensive outpatient program, the Native Ways program, to be more specific. I was a victim of one of these fraudulent transitional homes back in December. I was there for about 4 months with the promise of free housing, rent-free, food would be provided, medical transportation as far as my medical needs would be met. I ended up going in December. None of those promises were fulfilled. In the end, we had about 10 girls in the house, and in the end, there was only 2 of us left. me working on my mental health, my substance abuse that came with that, I ended up relapsing the last week where they did announce they weren't going to continue with the funds as far as them being investigated. They were going to shut down the house. So that left me in a place to find emergency housing. I called everywhere. And it was very disheartening, just the fact that they were targeting Native Americans in recovery, in my opinion, the most vulnerable. So by the grace of God, Haven was there. I told them a little bit about, I went more in depth about what had been going on in the house as far as drug use, no accountability as far as clients being there. So with that, I ended up going to the Haven. I'm still in recovery. I'm still doing the work that I need to do to still be a productive member of, the city and for my people as well. As a former BHT with at-risk Native youth, I did recognize some of the signs that weren't the things that they weren't doing as far as being their obligations being filled for us. And that's just the gist, again, just the surface problems that were happening at these homes. And this is something that's really important to me and passionate to me, and me working with at-risk Native youth with their mental and substance abuse struggles that they do. This is something that I feel very honored to speak about, that I do have a voice here. And I just want to kind of put it out there that, I've known people that have gone to Phoenix that didn't come back, which is very scary and it's very real. And with that, I just want to thank you guys for taking the time to hear me out a little bit, and I'll give it over. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Good luck on the rest of your journey.
And next, we have the Tohono O'odham Nation. And if we could advance the slides, if you please. Next one. Next. And here we go. Tohono O'odham Nation.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Katie Casanova. I know it says Catherine, but I prefer
Dr.
Katie.
Casanova, can you put the mic
I'm
next
short,
there?
yes,
Yeah,
I'm
thank
sorry.
you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Katie Casanova. I know it says Catherine, but please refer to me as Katie. And this is my treatment team coordinator, Charlotte Marquez. And we're here just to represent the O'odham Nation to discuss the upheaval and the chaos that it has caused on the nation. I've only been director of clinical services for about 7 months now. And when I first started, I had people coming to me left, right, and center. Here's our pamphlet, here's our flyer, here's our brochure. We want to serve your people, we want to serve your nation. And I had staff coming to me saying, we've had vans on the nation, recruiting people, incentivizing, we'll offer you food, we'll offer you clothing, food stamps, whatever it is you could even use in our facility if you want to, which has resulted in many missing peoples on the nation. So our people were essentially, I know the word earlier was used, kidnapped. They were being taken to these sober living facilities or these treatment facilities, and they were not coming back. Thankfully, I had Charlotte come on shortly after I started, and she began vetting facilities for us. So all the flyers that were being given to me, she went through and vetted. And fortunately for us, she was able to weed out quite a bit of the bad actors that ended up on that list. Unfortunately, when the bad actor list was put out to the public, we had to announce a PSA to the nation, and we've had people calling every day, we can't find our loved one. Can you help us find this person? I don't know where my brother is. I don't know where my cousin is. I got a call from my sister last week, and she's in a facility. I don't know the name of the facility, but can you help us get her back? So it has caused quite a bit of chaos. As you know, it's been over 100 suspensions on that list. So now with a nation of 35,000, we have our vetted facilities at about 10. So we have 10 trusted facilities that we could refer to, and those facilities are becoming maxed out. So we're kind of, Charlotte's here to just answer any questions that you might have about how hard it is to place people because now we're running out of beds. And we don't really know where we can safely put our members. We also have Marceline Condi here, Marcy, she prefers, who has a firsthand experience as well. So I didn't know if Charlotte wanted to say anything. I did make her come stand up here with me. But Marcy, okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marcy Condi. I just wanted to say that I have firsthand experience. I have a few family members who have been vetted into these fraudulent facilities in Phoenix, one being my son. It was hard, but he's in a legitimate place now, finally receiving the care that he needs, doing very well, finally 30 days clean, finally. It's been a rough 4 years. The first facility, they conjured him and his girlfriend to take along with their child and live in a place, gave them food. And it's hard when you work in behavioral health and you try to inform them of the way things that should be. That doesn't sound right. That's not how it's supposed to be. But somebody who is allowing them to continue to use and telling them it's okay, but they're using, so they think, well, they're helping me in a way. So it was tough. They finally are in a place, the child's in a safe place. They're both in different places in patient facilities getting the treatment that they need. And it's good to know that they're finally in an understanding where that they know that the people weren't there to help them. And that they're reaching out to some of those people that they were with to let them know that those facilities are not good, to try to get out and get some real help. And it's good that somebody's finally out there trying to stop them. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Condi.
Okay, thank you. If we could advance to the next slide. And these are providers' perspectives. So I'll call upon Julia Chavez and then Amber just to share what the experience has been in your line of work.
I'll just speak very briefly in that we have encountered more ladies coming in and just us continuing to provide the best services that we can to our community, to the women. For me personally, I did choose this line of work because I believe in healing our communities and giving back, and particularly with our indigenous communities, because I am Dona Atam and it does matter for me. So just expressing to our ladies, we do provide them education about what to look for, how we can inform them, their relatives, their family members, because we really want this awareness to be out there so that way people do not fall victim to these fraudulent homes and these bad actors, because it is important. And I tell the women all the time that your lives matter, you matter. And for us to all come together and just recognize that along with the bad actors, there are legitimate facilities who have been providing services time and time again, and we will continue to focus on providing the utmost quality that we can. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julia Chavez. I'm the Tribal Program Specialist for Arizona Complete Health. We are one of 3 managed care organizations serving Pima County, and my role specifically is working with our tribal communities in Pima County. So I work directly with Dona Atam Nation, Pascoyaqui tribe, and the Tucson urban Indian population. So our involvement at this point has primarily been support, adding support to our tribal communities, keeping them well informed of what's happening at the tribal level, city level, state level, keeping them informed of tactics that are being used. We, within the managed care organization, each managed care organization has a tribal liaison, and we get together on a regular basis to discuss situations that are happening within our tribal communities. We have been listening to the concerns from our various tribes throughout Arizona for the last several years in regards to the situation. So this, again, is not something new. It's new in the sense that something's being done about it now. So on our end, we have been providing as much support as we can. For Arizona Complete Health, we do provide crisis services for all of Southern Arizona, including our tribal communities. So we make sure that our system is working to the best of its ability and the way that it should be working to address any of these needs that come up. We do work very closely with Adaptation Nation because we do provide direct crisis services to that particular tribal community. With Pascoyaki, we provide support as needed because they do run their own crisis services. And then also within the Tucson area, we work closely with Tucson Indian Center, keeping them informed of new information that arises. And like I said, this is something we've been listening to for the past several years from our tribal partners, mostly beginning with White Mountain Apache Tribe, Navajo Nation, and then the ripple effect afterwards. And like Amber said, you know, this is something that's very close to my heart as well because I am a tribal member. I am a member of the Adaptation Nation, and I'm also part Pascoyaki. So for me to be working with a managed care organization at this level is definitely a privilege to be able to give back to our communities, but also to make sure that our people are safe. So we want to just make sure that we're providing the best service possible, keeping people informed and well aware of what's happening, and then assisting where we can. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. If you could advance to the next slide, please. And these are our federal and national resources. So our team here, we actually meet pretty often, every 2 weeks. And then we've been creating content, information, referral, resources. If we have any clients or community members that come to us, this is where we refer them. So Kyle mentioned the reporting for the reporting the bad actors. So we give that choice and definitely encourage our clients to make that call, just because it's more meaningful coming from them as opposed to like a provider or a community-based organization. So we flood our resources out, and you could advance to the next slide, please. And this is our Arizona resources. So who to call, 211 is where we refer people. They have a dedicated line, a contracted provider called Solare, who has taken reports about the fraudulent sober living homes from across the state. We have a list of suspended providers. We have legitimate providers. So again, this information is shared with the community and with everyone. Next slide. And this is something that the Tucson Indian Center created. Again, with our little committee here, we were thinking, well, how are people approached? We had a staff member who was approached at the Tucson Mall just on a weekend shopping. But again, they were relentless. They followed her to her car, asking, you know, for information. Are you American Indian? Are you on the American Indian Health Plan? Very specific. So this is not all of access. It's very specific to the American Indian Health Plan. So kind of like these invasive questions, not respecting space, following a person to their vehicle. And then we've had other staff members who reported that they've been approached and they were asked, do you have family members who need help? Can you give me their phone number, their dates of birth, and things like that? So again, very sensitive information, but it's relentless. Julia mentioned that this has been going on for years. I believe I saw something that came out yesterday from another provider, said in 2019, we're talking about maybe 56 million in these types of like fraudulent sober living homes. It increased to 133 million the next year. The following year after that, 668 million. So you can see how it's kind of like a loophole has been exploited, and it's just exploded. So most of this kind of fraudulent sober living home activity it seems to come mostly from the Phoenix, Maricopa area, but we are seeing it here. Like you mentioned, neighbors, I've had calls from people in the community. You know, they drop these people at an Airbnb, you know, what's being done, who do we report to? I've had clients who share that they're in the sober living homes by choice because they have nowhere else to go. They don't want to go to like a unhoused shelter or anything like that. But it does have a need. It serves a purpose, even if it's temporary. So even though we encourage clients to report, you know, call law enforcement, call 911 if you feel unsafe, but again, it still serves a purpose. So if we turn it around and say, well, is there a legitimate purpose where we use legitimate providers, that would serve a need. So if you could advance to the next slide, please. And these are just some, if you are in a sober living home, things to look out for. Documents taken away right as soon as you get there. Your cell phone, limited access, you can't call out, you can't leave on your own. You're told, I heard the promise of rent-free living, like a space to stay, food cards, gift cards we've heard. And we've even heard of clients saying, well, if you recruit another Native American, we'll give you $100. So again, it's kind of just a cycle, and it's relentless. Hoping that in the end we'll get this mitigated. We'll come back down to a level where we're serving our community. And if you could advance to the next slide. And just to call and extend an invite, our committee is having a town hall about this issue actually this Saturday over at the Ramada, just a few blocks from here. It's from 10 to 12, and it's all about this issue. So the invite's there. And last slide. Our contact information. And with that, are there any questions for myself or anybody on the committee?
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Ms. Boone, and thank you for the committee for all coming and presenting to Mayor and Council. I think my question is, what is it that the City of Tucson can do legally to help prevent these types of fraudulent sober living homes happening from the City of Tucson? Because I know that there are some actions being taken by Phoenix and possibly other Valley City, but what is it that we can do? And I know Councilmember Cunningham, you had additional comments and a possible motion. So Mr. Rankin, can you?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And it really struck me what we were hearing from the presenters, including from Access itself, because it highlights the fact that there are so many different layers of this and agency authority throughout the state at different levels. With Access, as described, having a role with respect to the registered providers who are getting access money, but not having the regulatory authority over the sober living homes themselves, which is under ADHS. Under their rulemaking authority, which was established in 2019. So it's a very complex situation. With respect to local authority, we do have some zoning provisions that already apply, which are in some ways are quite similar to what Phoenix has with respect to these uses are allowed in residential areas, in part because there is a need for them. But there are some restrictions in terms of separation requirements from one another, maximum number of residents, and they are required under our zoning to have appropriate state licensure. The problem is, of course, is that the fraudulent operations, they don't comply with the zoning rules either, right? So we don't know about them until we get complaints, and then we can look into them. But because of these issues, a statewide informal task force has been put together, facilitated by the League of Arizona Cities and Towns, led really by some of the Phoenix area cities, because as been described, that's where the most instances of the conduct that you've heard about has been occurring, but it is occurring everywhere, including here in Tucson. So that task force is made up primarily from attorney representatives from different jurisdictions throughout the state. I assigned one of my attorneys to be a member of that task force a few months ago, and they're meeting every few weeks to discuss best practices that can be adopted at the local level to try and help deal with this issue. That includes looking at zoning codes. Glendale and Phoenix are looking at potentially some amendments to their zoning codes. So as those discussions evolve, I certainly intend to bring back to the mayor and council any identified best practices from the local regulatory angle, which could also include some business regulation, licensing regulation. But I do want to say that the statutory landscape changed in 2019. Some cities like Phoenix had adopted some codes before that. before the DHS finalized their rules statewide. So the regulatory landscape changed a little bit. But we want to participate in those strategies with the other Arizona jurisdictions that have a little more time and experience with this in the Phoenix Valley. We're happy to bring back some of those suggestions and examples as you continue these discussions.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Two things. First of all, when we put this memo together, it was Councilwoman Santa Cruz who reached out to TCI. I want to thank her for collaborating in this process and working with the Tucson Indian Center. I also want to let Veronica, Julia, Maureen, Amber, and Dr. Casanova, I want to thank them for coming. And if I left one of you out, I was writing all kinds of different stuff at the whole time. But especially I want to thank Victoria. You got a lot of courage, more courage than probably anybody in this room. So thank you for coming. Everybody goes through rough patches. What really concerns me is that there are actually people out there exploiting people going through rough patches. You're actually taking from someone that they got nothing left to give. That is appalling and shouldn't happen anywhere. It will not happen in Tucson. Really quick, I want to thank Chief Kazmar and Captain Wakefield on the east side on this. With the help of our lead investigator, Sean Payne, collaboration with some of our neighbors, we identified a couple homes that were possible bad actors in this process. In our last meeting with the neighbors, the activity and any nefarious activity at those locations has ceased. So we're happy with that. We're working every day on this. In the meantime, that's still not enough. I'd like to direct staff to work with our state agencies, the Tucson Indian Center, and their tribal partners to communicate with their peers and other jurisdictions to explore ways to amend the current code or code enforcement practices relating to the placement of so-called sober living homes in Tucson to ensure that such facilities are operating lawfully to help clients with their substance abuse issues, and to examine ordinance utilized and proposed in other cities to formulate one that is appropriate to Tucson.
That's in the form of a motion.
That's my motion.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Lee.
I do have some thoughts and some questions from Councilmember Santa Cruz since she was not able to be here today. So I will just share that. So everything that I say that's smart and intelligent is completely from Councilmember Santa Cruz right now. Just put that out there. You all did kind of speak to the fact that the trend of fraudulent homes started in northern Arizona. Do you have anything to add on the prevalence or specific trends that you've seen here locally here in Tucson, and which community groups are being affected the most?
We'll let Kyle talk, and then I can share kind of like what we've noticed.
Thank you. And certainly our local groups are going to have more on-the-ground information. The last data I checked is that we had suspended 7 providers in the area. Again, a single provider could be associated with multiple sober living homes, and the sober living homes don't necessarily have to be near the provider's facility since they're just fraudulently billing the access IDs. So that's the latest data I had, but the on-the-ground experience might be more informative to the local impact.
Our committee, every meeting, we ask like, how many people here have gotten reports, any incidents, anything like that. So we've noticed it's been pretty steady. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe with the tribal partners, anywhere from 10 to 20 every 2 weeks. The Haven, I think, and then TIC is kind of like on and off. But it's still continuing. Like even this week, we've had people approach in the parking lot. Just kind of like someone mentioned vans waiting outside different facilities. So we do see that. And even at our TIC events, we've noticed that people will kind of like hang around. We watch to make sure that they're not talking to our people, and we ask them to leave. So definitely there's a heightened security and awareness for our staff and our partners here. but I'd love to say that it's zero or it's dwindling, but it's not. So it's been pretty steady. I'd say anywhere combined, maybe about 20 to 30 a week.
Thank you. Councilmember Santa Cruz wanted to reinforce that we want to be clear that this isn't an attack against legitimate sober living homes, which can offer an important service and behavioral health resources to people in recovery, but we need to address fraudulent homes that exploit vulnerable communities with false promises and no treatment. These fake homes take away from legitimate sober living homes through these scams. With the leadership from Governor Hobbs and Attorney General Mays, Access has been cracking down on suspicion of these homes. We kind of talked about it already, Mr. Rankin, but if you all, in addition to that, have seen any common loopholes for the fraudulent homes used to establish themselves here in Tucson or other cities that you might want to talk about.
Kyle, you want to talk about the loopholes?
So thank you, Mayor and Council. So as I stated a little bit earlier, the common practice is that they'll set up an outpatient treatment facility with associated sober living homes. And then, as you saw in the flyers, offer rent-free or otherwise inducements to members or coercion or otherwise get them into the facilities. And then those facilities oftentimes will confiscate documents or otherwise try and cut off that person's contact from their outside community supports in order to keep them in that facility, in order to keep billing access for the fraudulent services that they are claiming to provide. So we've shut down a lot of the common loopholes we're seeing on the billing end, or have drastically cut off their ability to do so by putting in various system edits that require medical documentation after a certain, after an hour of services, you must provide medical documentation at that point, which we can then have our clinical staff look at and make sure they aren't fraudulently providing those services. So we've closed many of the loopholes, and we're constantly vigilant. We have an outside forensic auditor looking at our systems and analyzing our claims to try and identify any new trends that we may be seeing on the billing side. But it's a pretty consistent practice on how you might see it in the community. It's typically an outpatient treatment center or other behavioral health clinic setup, and then various sober living homes, whether they're licensed or unlicensed sober living settings where there isn't a manager and a formal license.
Okay. And last question, we touched on a little bit, but the realm of the Missing Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls and the Missing Murdered Indigenous People Task Force. Could you talk just briefly, either on our side or Chad or just anyone to the extent that you can, about how we're collaborating with this task force in these efforts tactically?
Okay, thank you. I can take that. With the Tucson Indian Center, we were recently a 5-year award from the Indian Health Service for domestic violence prevention. But part of the topics that are included in that grant that was awarded include the missing murdered Indigenous people. So that's one. Other topics include trafficking, stalking, harassment, and domestic violence. So that's kind of like we have a dedicated staff person who is able to kind of take on that load and really try to run with that topic. So it's something that we're starting. And I know that we've also been joining other groups that have already formed, and so we're at the table with them also. And if I could go back to the previous question, I believe Julia had something to add about the loopholes.
And then after you respond, Julia, we're going to have to take a vote and then move on to the next item.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that in conjunction with the loopholes, tribes have been really vigilant as far as trying to look for ways to get their people to safe places. So one of the things that happened, I'm glad, Thought Nation had mentioned their vetting process. When this started coming to fruition, Pascoyaki was able to share their network of providers with our internal group, that our tribal contact group, to be able to share with the other groups who they use, who they have vetted for their use, but also willing to share that with the other tribal communities. So that way it's basically just showing that these are the ones that they approve to work with, and anybody outside of that they would probably question at that point. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Julia. A couple of things before we take a vote and have to move on to the next item. Veronica, thank you so much for putting this presentation together for us. I want to make sure, Mr. Rankin, that our city attorney's office is in contact and participates with the work that is already being done by the, I'm sorry, by I was just eating peanuts, and by the committee that's being put together that is already doing so much work, and that our city attorney in charge of this also join you on August 12th. Really appreciate Councilmember Cunningham, Councilmember Santa Cruz for bringing this item to us. Important conversation that we need to continue working on. So thank you all for this. So now we take a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you all so much for your time and presence and all your work. Really appreciate it. We're going to move back to item 2, and then after that item, we're going to take a little bit of a break and then come back with the rest of the items. So item 2 is at the request of Councilmember Dahl. This item is scheduled to provide mayor and council with an opportunity to consider language for a proposed towing ordinance. Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. As you all know, this item was initiated by an Arizona Daily Star article that highlighted predatory towing practices by a few bad apples in the towing industry here in Tucson. The actions of these bad actors resulted in hundreds of dollars in unnecessary fees, along with the headache and worry of losing one's primary form of transportation. Many thanks to Jennifer Bonham from our city attorney's office, who has worked tirelessly on this proposed ordinance and engaged or attempted to engage all 41 tow companies that work within the city and incorporate their feedback. In addition, she has researched other Arizona municipalities and engaged with Tucson Police Department and the State Department of Public Safety. With that, turn it over to the manager, and thank you, Jennifer, too.
I'll step in for the manager briefly and just introduce Jennifer. Jennifer is the attorney in my office that I was able to assign this issue to, and who's been working closely with Councilmember Dahl and his office in putting together an ordinance to regulate these issues with respect to private property tows. And Jennifer has a very brief presentation to highlight where things stand with the ordinance.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Bonham. I want to give some brief background on this topic. As you all know, the city does not currently impose any regulations on towing from private property beyond what's in state law. State law requires certain information on towing signs and requires permission from property owners prior to a tow. In addition, vehicles considered abandoned after 72 hours. But beyond this, it's left to local jurisdictions to establish additional limitations like fee caps. As the council member indicated, Ward 3 originally requested the city attorney's office look at drafting an ordinance in light of a September 2022 article in the Arizona Daily Star. The article contains many issues that motorists have encountered in the city due to lack of regulation in this area. Motorists reported having their vehicles towed from their assigned spots at parking complexes, being towed from lots without the no parking signs, being charged excessive fees for towing and storage, and in at least one instance, allegedly being assaulted by a tow truck operator when trying to retrieve their vehicle. In drafting the ordinance before you today, we looked at other ordinances from metropolitan areas in Arizona that have fee caps. Of those 10 cities that might have fee caps, Phoenix, Glendale, Tempe, and Scottsdale contain fee caps and were used as a basis of comparison for the draft ordinance. We also solicited feedback from TPD, DPS, and local towing carriers. An email was sent out in March Towing carriers that responded with feedback were invited to a meeting with Ward 3 in June. At the meeting, we gathered additional feedback, and the draft ordinance was updated, largely incorporating that feedback. As detailed in the memo before you, though, one remaining area of concern for towing carriers is Section 7524H, which requires towing carriers to be available to release a vehicle within 3 hours after a tow.
That button's not working.
Not today. Oh, wait. Let's try this. Yes. Okay. To illustrate an example of the kinds of situations this ordinance is written to address, I pulled from reviews posted online of some local towing companies. The scenario I'll describe here is fictional, but it's based on real complaints of perceived unfairness. So, let's say you're driving a friend home from their apartment on Saturday night. Your friend has boxes and other belongings that you're helping them transport to their unit. When you arrive, there's no guest parking in the area, so, you admittedly park illegally in front of your friend's unit for about 20 minutes while you help unload the car and take things up to your friend's apartment. When you return to where you parked, it's about 10 p.m., your car's gone, and the sign has no information where your car might be or who to call, so you call 911, and when you get a hold of the officer, they tell you your car's been towed by, Big Mike's Towing about 20 minutes ago. You call Big Mike's Towing and no one answers. And so your only option is to leave a message, and you decide to leave for the impound lot to get your car now, even though you don't know how much the tow's gonna be, and the answering machine did say, it wasn't on the sign, and you know that the company closes at midnight. So when you get to the impound lot, the gate's locked, the business is closed, your car is nowhere to be seen, and so you're discouraged and frustrated, so you go home to deal with it in the morning. The next morning at 7 a.m. you call, someone answers, but they tell you the car can't get picked up till 9:30 on Monday, and in addition, you owe a $220 towing fee and a storage fee for Saturday and Sunday. You tell the person on the other end that you want to get your car now because you have to work on Monday, but they repeat, you can't pick your car up because the impound lot is closed until Monday at 9:30. If the mayor and council chooses to adopt the proposed ordinance, here's how the situation would be different. When you first noticed your car is gone, you call the number in the sign and someone answers. They tell you where your car is and that you have 3 hours to come pick it up. The fees are clearly posted on the sign, and you have ample time to gather any documentation to prove ownership or get cash or another payment method before heading to the impound lot. When you get to the impound lot, you realize you need to show your registration to prove ownership, which is in the glove box of the car. The impound lot employee accompanies you to your car, and you can get the registration out. So now you have what you need to leave with your car. Now, you decide you might like to dispute the towing charge, however, let's say, and you would rather pay later. So the impound lot gives you an invoice, and you leave with your car that day. You then call on Monday and have the towing company send you a picture of the car and the violation. And the photos clearly show you're parked in front of the sign that says the fees listed on it. So you decide at that point you're going to call the towing company for payment. Alternatively, if the towing company does not have adequate signage, they don't have an answering service, aren't open for 3 hours after completion of the tow, or don't produce a photo of the violation, they could be charged with a misdemeanor and a fine. The draft ordinance before you, standardizes signs and fees and clarifies the requirements for retrieving a vehicle that's been towed, all of which we believe support the mayor and council's goals of providing sensible consumer protections, and will help diffuse arguments between citizens and towing carriers going forward. That's all I have for my presentation, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to.
Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to direct staff to prepare an ordinance for adoption based on the draft discussed today, to be voted on in a mayor and council meeting in the very near future, whenever staff can get back to us.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Lee?
I just have a question / confession. I don't know how to change tires. And so I've had to call a tow, like the other side of this, right? I've had to call and have my car towed, and I need to learn how to change a tire. So if anybody has time after the meeting, thank you. So I'm wondering what the feedback was from those tow truck companies, because obviously the good ones are going to be supportive, and the public does need that service. So what kind of feedback did they provide with these changes?
Well, at our meeting in the ward office, we had a good discussion on this, and they made some really good recommendations, sizes of the sign and such. But they don't like being painted with the bad actors as being representative of their industry. We've all needed a tow, and the experiences I have been, these guys know how to do it real quick. I've never seen someone jack up a car as fast as they do and change a tire if it doesn't need to be towed. So we are not trying to impact those businesses at all, and I think we've come to a place that won't. This is really for the tow companies that are looking for cars illegally parked in the business. And legitimately, businesses don't want cars parked illegally in their lot. This makes it so they can get those cars towed away, but do it in a way that's respectful of everybody's rights. So I'm really in favor of this. And great question, thank you.
Councilmember Kozaczek?
Yeah, a couple of questions. First of all, why are we proposing a $184 fee when Phoenix, Tempe, Glendale, and Scottsdale are more like $135?
Yes, this fee is what DPS charges, and the proposed ordinance would tie the fee to the DPS rates, which are reviewed every 2 years. The fees you see from Phoenix, Glendale, Scottsdale, and Tempe are their fees, but their ordinances were adopted before ours, and I'm not sure how their ordinance have been updated to account for inflation over the years or the higher costs.
So you've clearly had the contact with the companies. I haven't, but I'm just wondering if our goal was to address excessive fees, why would be $50 roughly over the other jurisdictions? But you can respond to that in a sec. We've had a lot of input from towing companies just in the last several days. They talked about hours of operation, about signage, about the cost of updating signage. Again, you held the meeting. I just want to make sure that, and you said that we've addressed their concerns. These emails came in after the draft ordinance was published. So are we sure that we've addressed their concerns, or are we going to keep getting this kind of contact from these companies saying you just threw us under the bus?
I can respond to that, and I would say that it's correct. We have received comments like over the weekend that have been provided to the mayor and council, and the refrain that we hear a lot is that the 3-hour compromise, they don't like that. As far as the other concerns, they have, we've considered those. I can address any and all of them now if you'd like, if you have questions about one in specific, but those are things that we have considered and reviewed.
I think the only one that really kind of jumped out the page at me was somebody said that, and I didn't find it in the ordinance, somebody said that the cost of updating the signage is going to be confiscatory and we can't keep going back and changing it. I didn't see what they were referring to in the ordinance. Do you know?
I think they were referring to the fact that towing carriers will have 6 months from the date mayor and council adopt the ordinance to have their signs in compliance, and then going forward, if there's ever a change in the law, let's say there's a change in the fees, they would have to update their signs within 90 days. And we've heard conflicting evidence or conflicting opinions on how long it would take or how financially burdensome it would be to towing carriers. And in drafting the ordinance, we worked with towing carriers to do things that were sensible, and the DPS rates seemed sensible.
Okay, fair enough.
Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you. Yeah, we got these last-minute complaints as well, and I've seen this happen in other arenas of are working on ordinances. People come in at the last minute and say, hey, we weren't part of the process. You can't do this. We invited the 41 companies more than once. We emailed them. We took email responses. We brought people together so we could talk together. These folks are late to the party, and I think we've addressed all their concerns. This is a compromise, the 3-hour middle of the night. I think if you're going to tow cars in the middle of the night, you should have staff who are willing to deal with people getting their cars in the middle of the night myself. And so that's my response to that concern. But if you're going to operate, if you're going to work with other businesses to put up signs, we want signs that are clear, that have the fees, and that, so that you can prove that the car was there in front of a sign, right? Otherwise, they can tow in from anywhere and say, oh, we have your car. It's, we did it right. Give us your money. And we have to stop that. So I'm pretty satisfied. But good question, Steve. Thanks for looking over the material carefully.
And it was actually a recommendation from one of the tow companies that they supported, having, originally the ordinance said you just need photos of the violation, and one of the towing carriers said, no, it should be photos of all 4 points of the car. And, we adopted that, so they had really good feedback.
Alrighty, so there is a motion and a second. If there are not further discussion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Councilmember Dahl, for this work, and all the team that helped make this happen. Really appreciate your work.
Great job, Jennifer.
What we're going to do now, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we will come back to item 3. So Barbara, I know that you're there and our partners are here, but give us 5 minutes and we'll come back to item 3. Southern Arizona Coalition for Climate Adaptation and Resilience application for the U.S. Economic Development Administration fiscal year 2023 Regional Technology and Innovation Hub Program. Barbara, come up and join us. Just to set some background on this item, this past spring, the city of Tucson and our coalition welcomed Economic Development Administration Secretary Alejandra Casillas. She participated in a conversation with economic development leaders and regional partners throughout Southern Arizona. This included the Office of the Governor, Arizona Congressional Delegation, Pima County, the University of Arizona, Startup Tucson, and others. This was a follow-up on a Build Back Better grant that the coalition received to put together an application. And even though we received the Build Back Better planning grant, we did not receive the Build Back Better grant itself. So the secretary wanted to have a roundtable to answer questions and further develop the ideas that the Coalition for the Innovation Hub application had. I had the opportunity after the roundtable to have a one-on-one conversation with Secretary Casillas. She provided me specific feedback about how to create a focused regional application that centers workforce development and partnerships in our region. I'm looking forward to working with our partners to submit a high-quality application that helps to move the city of Tucson and Pima County and our region forward. I look forward to hearing from Director Barbara Coffey, the Economic Initiatives team, about how we're leveraging Tucson's strengths as emerging regional leaders in battery manufacturing and development. This is part of the reason why it's so important to me that the city of Tucson updates its comprehensive economic development plan for Tucson, because we can apply for these types of grants in the future. So with that, I'd like to give some time to the city manager to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor. You did a great job of introducing this. I'll just turn it over to Barbara Coffey, our Economic Development Director.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. Again, Honorable Mayor, members of council. We are well positioned for this opportunity, so I appreciate those thoughts. And I'm going to share a little bit about what we have proposed. The City of Tucson, as the lead entity for the Southern Arizona Coalition for Climate Adaptation and Resilience, is applying for designation as a tech hub through the U.S. Economic Development Administration's FY23 Regional Technology and Innovation Hub program. EDA requires applicants to declare their core technology focus areas in which they can demonstrate their capability to be a global leader in within 10 years. Our draft proposal for a tech hub for energy and materials, acronym is TEAM, we always have to have a good acronym. It's centered on advanced energy technologies and renewable energy, specifically battery manufacturing and battery storage advancements. This is in alignment with, as you mentioned, our 2022 Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. EDA requires a consortium be the applicant for this broad regional opportunity, bringing together public and private industry partners. The proposal is supported by Pima County, Pima Community College, University of Arizona, JTED, JobPath, the Tucson IDA, IBEW, that's the Electrical Workers Labor Union, and private industry, including American Battery Factory, Scion Power, and AmpSera. The team proposal includes 6 conceptual projects, so I'll mention them briefly. 1, the development of a regional advanced energy research, education, and commercialization hub, envisioned as a public-private partnership where university scientists and researchers collaborate with private industry to advance battery technology and storage solutions along with other renewable energy solutions. 2, an employer-driven curriculum development with Pima Community College and partnerships to provide wraparound services to reduce barriers to access training. 3, public-private partnership to support new JTED facilities focused on EV training and workforce development, creating a center for emerging technologies. 4, expansion of the IBEW's apprenticeship program to include Spanish language training for participants, which I thought was very innovative and a new opportunity. 5, commitment by Pima County to provide workforce readiness programming through Pima County One Stop and to leverage available land and other assets to develop facilities that would further strengthen the tech hub. 6, support for early stage companies related to the tech hub through Tech Launch Arizona. So finally, the city's recommended Tech Hub commitment is the support of the Regional Innovation Officer, or RIO, as is the acronym they've described. We are suggesting that our current Regional Economic Competitiveness Officer, which was created out of the EDA Build Back Better Regional Challenge Grant Award, act as that RIO to continue the capacity building and coordination for this consortium. Now, realizing that we have gone through many iterations since our consortium members began to talk about these proposal ideas back in late May, I do really appreciate and value all the feedback and input that we've received from you all, from community members, also from private industry and our university and college partners in this process. So the draft attached in your backup included some other waste-to-energy technologies that were in consideration, which we will not be pursuing in this application. And to your point, we feel that the focused opportunity is to stay with the advanced energy related to our battery manufacturing and storage innovation.
Thank you so much, Barbara. I know that you and our team at Economic Initiatives, as well as our partners in Pima County, have been working very hard and diligently in a coalition, like a true coalition. And so when there are a lot of partners at the table, there's always back and forth, right, as to what is the best approach to be able to apply for a region. But as we look back in terms of why these tech hubs and why they're important for the Biden administration, what President Biden has said is that they've created this program to invest in regions that have the potential to become globally competitive in the technologies and industries of the future. One of the areas that I insisted upon when we were putting together our comprehensive economic development strategy and our update of our SEDS, I usually talk about, in terms of a vision in economic development for our city and for our region, I talk about high-wage, green jobs of the future. For Tucson, this means investing in electric vehicle components, specifically battery manufacturing and battery storage, and workforce training to be able to have the workforce to fill those jobs. And that is very, very important when we are trying to attract and be competitive in one particular cluster. So I am really happy that we've arrived where we've arrived, with us holding hands with Pima County and other partners like Pima Community College, the University of Arizona, JTED, and IBEW. So thank you so much for bringing this to the table. And my question is, what are the next steps? I know that we're ready to submit, and that's phase one. What are the next steps in terms of where we move now?
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. As this is a phase one opportunity, the deadline is August 15. We're collecting the remaining letters of support that we mentioned from the partners named today, and maybe a few others. Just, again, a lot of community support for this. So once we do that, we submit on the 15th, and we await feedback from the EDA, which would then, their plan is to designate 20 tech hubs across the country. We hope to be one of those. And then if we are successful in that, we would hope to receive an invitation to apply for additional funding for implementation, and that could be up to $65 million.
Wow. Any of my colleagues, Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Barbara. I think your responsiveness to concerns from the very beginning and how you've pivoted and come up with, I think, a really strong proposal. In my mind, batteries are the piece of the jigsaw puzzle that will make renewable energy so much more affordable and practical for Tucson, and we need to be a hub for this. We have several industries here we've welcomed to our community, and it will solve problems like the undergrounding of power lines. They may not need those power lines if we can combine solar with batteries at the University of Arizona, which seems to me has plenty of place to put solar panels. We may not need to improve those oversized transmission lines, and it could solve a problem, but we need to get the technology right. So thank you. Good work.
Any others? Councilmember Cunningham?
So this came up over and over again with TEP, with the discussion that we had, and one of the things that people ask me, and so I've said it at this table and I'll say it again. I think over the next decade, and even possibly even sooner, people will have the opportunity to have a battery at their house, and that will run their rooftop solar. The problem is that everybody knows that just like your cell phone, you eventually have to recharge the battery. And when you are recharging your battery, you don't want to use your cell phone because you want the battery to build back up. Everybody get what I'm talking, right? Okay. Well, what if we had a cell phone battery for your house? What if you paid somebody every month to take the battery from your house and go plug it into a source all day and brought it your new battery for you to run it down over the following week? And then a week later, somebody would come out and replace it. I think that's how we're going to be seeing energy and energy commerce in the next 20 years. And so I want everybody to think about that vision, because I want Tucson to be one of the first. We've got the right rooftops, we've got the right solar, we've got some of those ranch-sized lots from the 50s and 60s that have room for a little battery trailer guy to park there. So I think there's opportunity there, and I think Tucson can lead the way, and our newest community partners are going to help us. So congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Any others? Alrighty, well, I think you have us on board. I'm hearing good things from this table in terms of the direction where we're going to, Barbara, and unless you need a motion, I think that we're good in terms of your proposal in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate the presentation, and let's go get it. Thank you. All righty, our next item is item 5. Council members Santa Cruz, Councilmember Dahl, and I requested a follow-up discussion regarding existing zoning and building code regulations for tiny home development. I just want to open up the item, introduce the item by saying thank you to Councilmembers Dahl and Councilmember Santa Cruz that really have been engaging their communities, their residents, and really bringing a topic to the table that is important to explore It's important for the city of Tucson to explore the opportunities of what tiny homes can be for our community. And this is exactly the sort of action that I have had in mind when 2 years ago we started talking about affordable housing and how to have a housing action plan through our housing affordability strategy for Tucson to think about affordability in a bigger picture. For far too long, the city of Tucson was really taking one-off approaches to housing affordability. And as mayor, I requested that we put together a strategy and that strategy lead how we offer more opportunities and what we need to do in terms of zoning codes and how we have to approach affordability in our community. Principal Deputy Assistant Director Richard Monocchio was here in Tucson last week awarding the city of Tucson $50 million for Choice Neighborhood Implementation Grant that will leverage $370 million that will be invested in Tucson. He called out the importance to having a strategy, the housing affordability strategy for Tucson that helps us be competitive. He talked about having a strategy for affordability, but also really lauded Tucson for creating partnerships and exploring different ways of offering affordability to our residents and layering investments in our communities. So this exploration of tiny homes is continuing the conversation that we started 2 years ago. And that really is part of the strategy of expanding the different areas of need when it comes to housing and housing affordability. So I appreciate the robust dialogues my colleagues on the council and the community have been having to be able to bring this item here. I really want to thank the city manager and our new Planning and Development Services Director, Christina Swallow, and her team for really turning this around really quickly, because I know that we had the initiation of this conversation in late July. So thank you so much, Director Swallow and your team for bringing this item and this presentation today. So with that, Mr. Manager, I don't know if you wanted to open this item or just send it over to Christina.
Thank you, Mayor. This is really in response to the conversation you had at our last meeting. I know that Councilman Cunningham had asked us to move expeditiously in bringing back some thoughts and ideas. We've done that. I think the memorandum and the materials outline that and give you some thoughts on how we can move forward. I think that the staff has done a good job of exploring and has some options to present as well as some of the details. So with that, I'll turn it over to Christina.
Before Christina starts, Councilmember Dahl, I don't know if you wanted to add a couple of comments and then have Christina start the conversation. I don't know if you wanted to. Let's do the presentation and then we'll come back to you. Correct. Thank you. Go ahead, Christina.
Honorable Mayor Romero and members of the council, thank you for having us today, and thank you so much for your focus on housing affordability. Tiny homes are definitely part of that, and it's good that we're able to have these conversations about how tiny homes fit within the code already and where there may be some opportunities. So as we get started on this, I just wanted to lay out where we're going to go today. We'll start with key terms so that we're all standing on the same page when we're talking about tiny homes, some building code regulations, zoning code, case studies, and then some recommendations. So just starting on the definitions, one of the tiny homes are fun in that we define them colloquially a lot of different ways, but they're actually specifically defined by the IRC as a small home of 400 square feet or less with a kitchen and a bathroom on a permanent foundation. So that's the baseline conversation around a tiny home specifically. There are also tiny homes on chassis, on wheels, which are on a chassis. Some of those are actually 400 square feet. Sometimes they're bigger. The ones you see on HGTV, those are not always 400 square feet. Sometimes they're bigger than that. But if it was a tiny home, it would be 400 square feet or smaller. Micro shelters, we've had, and council had some conversations about this during the last study session. These are sleeping quarters. They're generally under 200 square feet. Oftentimes, they're far less than 200 square feet. There's no kitchen, no bathroom. They're not a full dwelling unit. They're generally just a bedroom and frequently considered just as a shelter care use. And then manufactured housing, which is factory-built housing certified for safety by the state rather than the local jurisdiction, and the building standards are established by HUD. So let's get into building codes. In the building code space, the tiny house building code is governed by the IRC, as I mentioned, and in 2018, they actually adopted an Appendix Q. It's optional that homeowners can use for their site-built tiny homes. That optional Appendix Q allows for some additional flexibility that you don't get in a normal site-built home. It allows for narrower stairs. It allows using the loft window as an egress point. But they may, and IRC is approved in Tucson. This is the code we're operating on, so tiny homes do comply, can comply with the IRC. Manufactured homes, as I mentioned earlier, comply with HUD standards. They are certified through the Arizona Department of Housing. The state actually licenses and certifies the manufacturers, installers. This can include rehabilitated shipping containers, and they're permitted for site standards, not building code compliance, through PDSD. So once the building is certified, we just look at setbacks, zoning compliance, et cetera, in terms of the actual site. And then lastly, RVs or tiny homes on wheels aren't subject to the building code. ANSI standards may apply, but they're really a vehicle. One of the items of discussion at the last study session was regarding the building code and specific materials and different types of alternative materials other than stick-built, what we typically see for residential housing. So all structures with habitable space must be permitted, even if under 200 square feet. I think a lot of people have heard or believe that if it's less than 200, it doesn't need it, but if it's habitable, i.e. if you're planning on sleeping there, it does need to be permitted. In terms of alternative materials, they must receive ICC or UL certification prior to being allowed. And some examples of alternative materials include straw bales. You can see that's a housing project actually in Tucson using straw bales, as well as bifusion blocks. So there's a few other types of materials that either already have their certification or are working to get their certification and are able to be used once certified in Tucson. All right, now let's get into I think the crux of the discussion, the zoning. So tiny homes can fit on a variety of land uses depending on how they're occupied. Zoning regulates land use, as you know, and building code regulates the construction type. So we're really talking here about the land use and where they can be classified. Some of the land uses that sites tiny homes can be on, you can see on there shelter care, mobile home parks, residential subdivisions, residential care facilities, multifamily, single-family homes. Each of these types of uses are allowed in a variety of different zones, each with their own use-specific standards. The ones that we heard most discussed at the last study session were really focused in the shelter care space, mobile home park, and residential subdivision. And so I'm just going to lean in on those and give a couple of case studies and then talk about that case study, how it might apply or work and the challenges with it in Tucson. So the first one is tiny home villages. In Flagstaff, Habitat for Humanity is doing a starter home project. So this is based off of an actual project in Flagstaff. They are building small homes. They're not technically tiny. They're a little bit over 400 square feet, so 500 square foot small homes. They're looking to sell those for $100,000 with a $1,000 down payment. They are deed restricted, limited equity model, and they're being built in partnership with the community college and others. And this is really Habitat for Humanity recognizing that not everybody wants a 2 or 3 bedroom home, that some people really do just want a smaller home for their living situation. When we looked into this, these small homes on small lots in a home ownership model could be permitted through a flexible lot design, an FLD, which would include or could include incentives for affordable housing. We also in Tucson, while this is not specifically with the Habitat for Humanity model, we also do permit co-housing options. So if a developer wanted to do co-housing, there are models that can be found in Tucson where this might be an option. Some of the challenges that we've seen is FLD can be challenging for the infill lots, and finding suitable sites for this flexible lot design, these smaller homes, homeownership model can be a challenge. If the developer is looking or the community is looking to do co-housing, sometimes financing can be a challenge in that space. The second case study I wanted to talk about is mobile home parks. Again, looking to Flagstaff to the north. They have a tiny house mobile home park village. In this case, these are small manufactured homes. They rent a pad in the village, similar to most manufactured mobile home park spaces. These homes range from 600 to 900 square feet, and they share common area amenities, as in most mobile home parks. And on the exhibit, you can see around the outside are most of the larger manufactured homes. They actually have some smaller lots in there for the smaller tiny home sites. In Tucson, manufactured housing and tiny homes on wheels are permitted currently in mobile home parks. Existing legally non-conforming mobile home parks do allow replacement units. So as those units, as tenants move out, as folks move to new facilities, they could replace those units with newer tiny homes, either a site-built or on a chassis. Some of the challenges that we found in the mobile home parks is that the zones that allow these mobile home parks are really limited to MH, and those aren't widely mapped across the community. And density regulations and other standards apply to new redeveloped sites. So we've upgraded our zoning around MH, and so it doesn't quite align with some of the legacy mobile home sites, and so that there may be challenges there. The last case study from another community that we're going to look at is the micro shelter village. In this case, this is very specifically looking at shelter use, and this is Sound Foundation's Northwest. It's a low-income housing institute in Seattle. They are actually working on constructing transitional homes or micro shelters in Hope Factory using volunteers. These structures are safe and secure shelter for homeless folks. They have 19 housing villages in the Seattle area. These micro shelters have no plumbing to the individual shelter, and bathrooms, meals, and kitchen, as well as other support services are provided on site, but these are truly small bedroom units, individual bedroom units with no real other amenities in the specific unit. So in Tucson, these micro shelters with shared kitchen and bathrooms on a site would be considered shelter care use. They are not considered dwelling units, but are considered habitable space, so the building code regulations and permitting requirements would apply. And the biggest challenge here is that shelters require a special exception in many zones and are limited in their location by zone and through use-specific standards that include minimum lot size, setbacks from residential, and other requirements, making them challenging to site. In one way we're looking at this is right now PDSD is working with HCD on the redevelopment of a city-owned site with transitional housing to include microshelter as well as services. Right now, we're looking at having to do a pad rezoning. Because of those challenges I just mentioned, we're looking to have to do a pad rezoning first in order to really tailor the zoning to the site needs and uses. And so as we've been looking through this, some of the things and the recommendations that we've come up with are really, we've noticed that we need to work a little bit more on our education and outreach in terms of where tiny homes are allowed. They are broadly allowed in many zones. Just it sort of depends on if you want to do home ownership, if you want to do a rental, multifamily option, or if you want to do shelter use. So we need to do some more education on that. We have been and will continue to work and collaborate with the local builders pursuing off-site construction to streamline processes to the extent that we can, but also work with the local builders who are doing on-site and help them navigate the process to ensure that they can get through the zoning requirements. And then there's, as I mentioned, a few places there may be an opportunity for some potential code amendments in the future. And that includes my presentation.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for this great presentation. This is a topic that comes to my ward office a lot. Recently, we had someone who had a mobile home park who was wondering, can I put in tiny homes? Last week at the ward office, we had a tiny home on display. The 8x8 shelter cost less than $13,000 to build, including air conditioning, a fold-out bed, and a small table. 8x8, that's 64 square feet. This is what you all referred to as a micro shelter. And when I think about the need for these tiny home shelter villages, that's what I see in my head. We all know this need is immediate and the need is great. And so thank you for this presentation. Your recommendations are perfect. Therefore, I move to direct staff to address the barriers to development of additional housing options through the use of tiny homes in 2 phases. First, staff shall take near-term action to address the urgent need for shelter capacity by implementing the pilot program at city-owned Fire Station 8 that will currently explore micro-shelter options while working towards a pad with ample community and stakeholder engagement. Second, staff shall include tiny home considerations in the ongoing work that's already been directed by Mayor and Council to address the housing affordable emergency in Tucson.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion in a couple of seconds. Any further discussion? Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilwoman Lee.
So a few things about this, and I don't want to beat it to death, but I think the path that we want to consider going down here is trying to figure out that delineation. Right now, based on the presentation that we have and how we understand it, is that you don't have a big delineation between a tiny home village and a mobile home one piece. And I think for a lot of our neighborhoods, that's something that they're going to have to process that, right? And so that's the discussion, that's one of the discussions we need to have. But the bottom line is that if we can put in some setbacks and some height restrictions and some parking, we can tweak what we're doing with parking. I want to be able to see that pathway for, say, C2, C3, O2, O3, I1, and maybe even C1, depending, for that good density of tiny homes, and be able to do that eventually without even possibly a rezoning. We're still going to need some type of neighborhood process. We're going to still need some pieces, but we've always been looking for this. I mean, we've been looking for this for a long time. It's how we're looking for mixed use. It all kind of folds into that discussion as we move this down the. I'm not using a sports reference as we evolve in our policies when it comes to land use. So for that's kind of what I want to put in people's head right now. So I want to say, hey, the ultimate goal here is to say, hey, look, if I've got a C1 piece of land and, I'm 53 feet away from the other rooftop and I can start there and put these places, 20 feet by 20 feet with, 3 feet between them or 6 feet between them, whatever, however we want to make them spatially relevant, and however we want to do, if we want to do aggregate parking or we want to do 0.75 spaces per home. And I'm talking about the tiny homes, not necessarily the shelters. I think the shelters is a longer conversation, but I'm talking about specifically the tiny homes. I think that's the avenue that I'm looking for, where we're not only able to increase our housing stock, we're able to increase that housing stock in these projects where the financing will make sense and the money will make sense. So that's kind of what I'm looking for from this motion. I don't know, I don't want to make it like part of the motion. Because it's kind of implied anyway, but I want to make sure that's kind of what I'm thinking, because that's what, to me, as we do land use in the 21st century, that's where we're going to end up going anyway. So that's kind of my thoughts on this, and I appreciate how diligent your team has been in meeting with all of us, kind of getting all that input. You kind of knew this was coming anyway, but that's my input for this specific discussion is, let's see how we can make those tiny homes happen where we're not going for a rezoning, especially if you're coming down from C2, you're coming down from I1, C1, and it makes sense and the neighbors like it. Hey, let's go for it. There are neighborhoods out there that are like, hey, there's an empty piece of property here. I'd love to see tiny homes there. And that's kind of one of the reasons we're in this discussion. So those are my thoughts. I yield. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Councilwoman Lee.
First of all, thank you to you, Mayor Romero, to Councilmember Santa Cruz and Councilmember Dahl for bringing this item forward. Obviously, super important, very urgent to help address the housing shortages that we're working to address. My question really is about, well, my focus is on our ability to deliver what we're committing to deliver. So, Christina, I would love just a super quick thought from you on all the big rocks that you all have this year, where this fits in with the size of the effort that we're putting on your plate, and if we need to have any conversations on if we put this on, something else is going to have to come off based on your team's capacity.
Thank you, Member Lee, for the question. We do have some big rocks on the plate. We're working on Plan Tucson. We're working on the Grant Road overlay. We have some smaller, the food truck courts, the smoke shops. We also are working on corridor redevelopment. As I understand this motion, I actually think it will play well into the work that we're doing on the corridor redevelopment, and we're already working with HCD on the pilot site. So I think the way the motion has been crafted will enable us to really look at this in a more of a whole way and allow us to move forward. A lot of what Member Cunningham has mentioned are things that we were already considering and talking about in our office and commercial zoning. So I think this will work well together the way the motion has been crafted.
Perfect. Thank you for answering that. And my other question, you started off with definitions, which I think is really important. I'm just wondering if you can speak a little bit about the definition, and I lost where I was at on my text message, of group dwelling, and if we amend that code, would that allow, for micro shelters, would that possibly allow other group dwellings like the mini dorms situation? Just the language with all of that.
I'm actually going to pass to my colleague, Corin Manning. She understands the history and language around group dwellings better than I do at this point.
Sure. Mayor and members of the council, the group dwellings, we actually didn't define this here because as we were trying to say, tiny homes can be a lot of different uses. It could be multifamily. It could be a group dwelling, depending on how it was leased out and operated on a site. So hypothetically, you could have some small homes on a site that if it was leased by the bedroom, that would be considered a group dwelling. So we really didn't want to get into that definition because that's something that, was a definition that was added to our code based on a lot of conversation with neighborhoods in the community over some time. So we feel that in terms of the discussion here, the goal is really about adding to our housing options. Tiny homes are one way to do that, that I don't think we need to alter our definition of group dwellings in order to do that.
Councilmember Kosacha.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to make sure that the motion is as stated, is broad enough. Certainly, we have the tools in place. You mentioned the PAD, the FLD, the special exception. The problem is we're talking about housing affordability, and every time somebody has to go through one of those processes, it's long, it's expensive, effectively the notion of affordability is just shot by the time they get done with it. I totally applaud working on Fire Station 8. It's a pad. It's going to take a year. It's going to take somebody a bunch of money and time to work through that rezoning process. So you indicated some of the issues that we need to address. I'm not sure that the definitions. Let me rephrase that. I think sometimes our definitions, we trip over them, and maybe we should homogenize some of what we're talking about. Our codes are decades old in many cases, not the group dwelling one, but others are decades old. Products that we're talking about now didn't exist on the market back then. Certainly the housing affordability cost wasn't germane 10, 15, 20 years ago when some of these were put into place. So I think we need to really address how, where we're allowing a village by right. Do we effectively kill the idea with setbacks, with parking requirements, with the open space requirements, the number of fixtures required in a village? If you're sharing amenities, the kitchen, the restroom, the laundry facilities, are we still requiring the same number of fixtures as if that was a single-family residential or a multifamily? In some cases, we are, and the result of that, again, hits on the affordability issue. We need to also look at whether or not living units have self-contained amenities restrict where they go. And again, I'm saying we need to look at homogenizing our definitions so that shelters can go here, tiny homes can go here. If it's a shared facility, then it's another area. That to me, we're restricting our ability to identify areas in the city where these go. Currently, our code says 3 or more units on a single parcel, transfers that to becoming commercial conversation. The problem with that is that now you're talking about international commercial code, and it's a much more expensive set of regulations than international residential code. A single parcel right now in R2 or R3, you can build apartment complexes on them, but we can't put a little tiny home village on it. That to me doesn't make any sense, in terms of the impact on the area. I also believe that tiny homes, in the same way that our ADUs are exempt, should be exempt from our gray water permits, our solar permits, the EV hookup permits. If we're building a little tiny home the same way we're doing retrofits for ADUs, we shouldn't be requiring those kinds of amenities. In addition, a tiny home with a loft right now for a sleeping quarter is classified as a 1-bedroom unit. As soon as you kick in a 1-bedroom unit, we increase the parking requirement. A tiny home with a loft should be a studio, so we're not requiring excess parking. I mean, let's get real. Somebody living in a tiny home with a loft is not the same as somebody living in a 700 square foot 1-bedroom apartment. Another issue that we're bumping up against is if a parcel is developed with shared or community parking, it becomes a condo project. I've spoken to several developers who are saying that kicks in a whole new set of liabilities for the general contractor, and they're not building condos anymore. So reducing our parking thresholds or recognizing some sort of ratio of shared parking so that we're not forcing people into a condo kind of a development. Again, our existing codes are too restrictive. We spoke about the state's role for modular or site-built. So we should, again, I believe we should step into that role, do the facility and the process approvals, provide the installation approval, and get the state out of the process. We're adding redundancy and we're adding cost to the project. I think we need a fresh look at the impact fees we're charging for tiny homes, tiny home villages. That's something we haven't really brought up, and I think it's, I don't know the legalities of that. I know that we can't just waive them, but certainly 15-unit tiny home village shouldn't be paying the same impact fees as an apartment complex in an R2 area. You talked about the non-traditional building materials, which are great. Right now, the city of Tucson, we offer rebates for low-flow toilets, and yet for a composting toilet, which is a germane conversation to this, we charge over $500 for a permit. So let's talk about that in these contexts. Shipping containers, you mentioned those also. Again, getting the state out of the role that they're playing right now. You mentioned mobile home parks. Totally agree that we ought to be able to use the existing pads for a tiny home, tiny home generically, a small house, a shipping container, something that fits on the pad. I have spoken to some of the owners of mobile home parks, and they've said a couple of things. One is when one of the guys went in and changed the swamp coolers to AC, he was blowing his electrical panels out. Some of these things are so old that it's going to require a significant upgrade to the utilities on site. So there's a broader conversation about whether or not the city can help upgrade some of the infrastructure to allow for those transitions. I don't think we're going to be going in and buying them, though, and the reason that is every one of the owners that I've spoken to has said that we're so deep into this because of interest rates that capital gains would kill them, and so we're going to have to figure out another way to maybe upgrade the sites to facilitate those, because they're not going to go in and put in new electrical panels and new sewer systems. You're correct in saying that we do require a permit for a living structure even under 200 square feet. The problem is we require permits for everything from the structure down to the nailing schedule. I totally get, the life safety issues, the electrical, let's make sure that, someone's not going to burn themselves up in one of these things. But do we really need to require permits all the way down to a nailing schedule on the site? That kind of level of requirement is again adding costs to the project. I would like to see us explore, and I don't know if this is included in the spirit of the motion, tiny home overlay, where we say in any R2 or any R3 or any mobile home zone, let's set some conditions, 400 square feet or less, increases in density, parking reductions, community facilities are okay, but tiny home overlays that apply to anything with that kind of a zoning, regardless of where it is in the city, so we're not having to go through this iteration every single time. If we're really talking about increasing housing stock, that is one way to achieve it. And I know it'd be a big lift from a process standpoint, but let's engage it. And finally, this housing capacity issue doesn't all fall on the city. And I would say, we hear that all the time. The city's zoning is archaic and the building codes are archaic. We have thousands of Airbnbs in this city right now, and every time I get a call from somebody saying, help us incentivize and turn this into a single-family residence, my answer to them is you can apply tomorrow for our housing choice voucher program. And you could add, on your own volition, thousands of sites as owners of Airbnbs to our affordable housing stock. And secondly, the Arizona Republic routinely runs stories about home builders holding back site permits, waiting for the market to achieve, to increase. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. You create demand, the price goes up, you build. So we're not alone in this conversation. The home builders and the Airbnb operators have some room that they could improve their own game too. And finally, I would say this is totally tangential. Maybe it's a Mike Ortega thing. We also have a tiny home outside the Ward 6 office, and when we were moving it in, there were about 6 staff workers. It was 110 degrees out, and I guess I'm wondering if we have, by some explicit policies within our city codes that assure that our workers have time to get out of the heat during the day, because we were sweating like...
Okay, that is a completely separate...
It is tangential.
And
That's
completely separate and not on the agenda for
so I'm
discussion
done.
today, but thank you for your input. That is a lot of weeds that you have to read into, Ms. Swallow, but I really appreciate the motion by Councilmember Dahl. First and most importantly, because it is very, very smart, Councilmember, to really implement a pilot program at Station 8. That is something that you and I and Liz Morales has been working with our congressional delegation to get federal funds to create as a housing first center, resource center in Ward 3. And it's really ready to be able to put that investment in that were member-directed investments and be able to explore what a micro shelter can be and learn from that pilot program what works and what doesn't work. I agree that if there are any other ways of moving with that pilot micro shelter program through any other ways of using our own zoning rules to make it more expeditious to put that micro shelter to work sooner rather than later, I would really appreciate it. But I think the motion, as Councilmember Dahl has it, really gives you that flexibility to explore. And then second, I think that the tiny home considerations in the ongoing work that we already gave you, right? We already said go and change codes and zoning regulations to allow for more density to happen, with tiny homes being an option. However you'd like to get there, with ample community and stakeholder engagement in the process, and using the processes that already are happening is very smart, because I think that there needs to be education and outreach to clarify current regulations and permitting processes. And so I would say the key word here is expeditiously. As much as you possibly can, carry it with what you're already doing. And then, with all the engagement, stakeholder engagement and community engagement, you will see what is it that we need to clarify and clean up to make these tiny homes possible in the city of Tucson. So thank you for bringing this and really trying to work with us to make these things happen. So there's a motion on the floor. There's a second. Councilmember Fimbres, I didn't see you raise your hand, but I just wanted to make sure that you were good with the conversation that we've had.
I am, Madam Mayor, but I want to make sure that it's also a piloted program. We have to look at this stuff.
Alrighty. Got that? Thank you so much. So all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your work on this. And thank you, Councilmember Dahl, for your work. With that, we move on to item 6. Time has been set aside for an update from Tucson Water Director John Kimmick on the management of PFAS in the city of Tucson.
Mayor, members of the council, this is the opportunity for an update. It's a quarterly update, I believe, and we give you really a thumbnail sketch of what's going on in this realm. We have been leaders in this space for many years, and we continue to be so. And part of it is, leadership that you all provide us and guidance that you provide in this space. So with that, I'll turn it over to John.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of council. This PFAS quarterly update is to document for the public actions and activities that have occurred at the national, state, or local levels during the second quarter of the calendar year 2023, April 1st through June 30th. First and foremost, Tucson Water's potable water should be free of any known PFAS impacts. Rigorous testing over the years have identified several areas of the aquifer in the Tucson Basin that need to be avoided to ensure PFAS compounds are not unknowingly distributed to the community. To date, we have proactively turned off 22 potable wells over the last few years and have restricted the use for emergency only for 6 additional wells. In addition, the Tucson Airport remediation project has been rerouted from the potable system to the non-potable status system, supplying water for the reclaimed water system and a discharge location on the Santa Cruz River. And I would also like to add that the tie-in with the reclaimed water system, what recently happened, is working extremely well. The operators are really pleased with the flexibility and the state-of-the-art communication system that has let them balance the reclaim system's needs more effectively. Some important developments did occur last quarter. Most notably, the U.S. EPA and ADEQ sent a letter to the Air Force, Air National Guard, and Tucson Airport Authority to demonstrate good faith in developing a scope of work and quickly addressing the issues related to PFAS and 1,4-dioxane at the airport. Included in that letter, specific attention was brought to the parties that they need to develop a process to begin to pay the city of Tucson for the incurred costs for these contaminants. The Water Department and City Attorney's Office are working on these requests for information and documentation for past expenses to meet the goal of the actions taken by EPA and ADEQ. Staff have started the process to design the treatment facility to be added ahead of the TARP AOP facility. This project is designed to remove the incoming PFAS water from the TARP well field so the original TARP AOP facility can return to its original intent, the removal of TCE and 1,4-dioxane, with granular activated carbon used as quenching. This design and construction is expected to take 2 to 3 years before it is fully operational, and this project is being funded by the state of Arizona. The Randolph Park PFAS treatment plant design is continuing. Mayor and council did direct staff last year to begin the work on this project utilizing the funds acquired from the 2022 compensated system conservation revenue received for not taking all of our CAP allocation. Staff has also been working with our congressional delegation in an attempt to find funding replacement for some or all of the costs associated with this effort. Representative Siscomani has added this facility in his list of community project funding requests. In the fall of 2022, the Arizona WIFA Board approved the proposal to construct 2 potable treatment facilities in the northwest part of the Tucson Water Service Area where PFAS impacts have occurred. Unfortunately, the amount of forgivable principal for the projects were not sufficient enough for staff to recommend acceptance of the loan offerings as written. Staff is working with Arizona WIFA to change the scope of the project to returning 3 of the 7 wells back to service on the northwest side that are affected by these contaminants by the creation of 1 treatment facility while retaining the forgivable principal offering as part of their emerging contaminant funding program. That concludes this quarterly PFAS update. Willing to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I have a question, Mr. Kimmick. Give me a little bit more information on the conversations that EPA is having with Air Force, Air National Guard, Tucson Airport Authority, and DM on our aquifer impact regarding PFAS.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. So on June 30th of this last June 30th, EPA and ADEQ sent, I would say, a sternly written letter to the parties located around the airport property. That would be the Air Force, the Air National Guard, and Tucson Airport Authority. What EPA and ADEQ outlined is a timeline for meeting certain milestones associated with scope of work, investigations, taking proactive actions, and categorizing the PFAS impacts in that area. In addition, within that memorandum that they sent, they outlined starting to replace the funding, starting to provide funding back to the city of Tucson, which has been expended, particularly in that part of the aquifer and the TARP system.
Right, and that area is one of the most contaminated areas with PFAS because of its proximity to the Air Force, Air National Guard, and Tucson Airport. What is the immediate plan on behalf of the Tucson Water to deal with that concerning contamination of PFAS in the area?
Yes, Honorable Mayor. So in the TARP area, what our immediate plans are is that development of that pre-treatment ion exchange facility that we are receiving funding from the state of Arizona for. It'll be approximately $25 million. Since the highly contaminated groundwater that's entering the TARP well field is anticipated to get higher and higher over the years as we continue to run TARP, it's necessary for a facility like that to be at the front end of the TARP treatment plant to knock down what's anticipated to be high concentrations of PFAS. And then the TARP facility would go back to operating like its original intent when it was commissioned in 2014, and that is for the TCE and 1,4-dioxane remedy, where then the granular activated carbon would go back to hydrogen peroxide quenching. It would not have to be used for PFAS treatment anymore. That would be taken care of at the front of the facility.
Well, I just wanted to commend Tucson Water for all of the work in terms of getting ahead of the entire nation, really, it feels like, and EPA regarding PFAS contamination and 1,4-dioxane. So this mayor and council have been very proactive in doing everything we possibly can to deliver the cleanest water possible, even if EPA was not giving us direction. So as a city, as a mayor and council, we've done a very good job in advocating for PFAS remediation for our community. I do want to continue pressuring Air Force, Air National Guard, Airport Authority, and those that have contributed to our aquifer being contaminated with PFAS so that they can put their funds at the table. Because as I've said for years, this is something that our residents have been paying to remediate when it really is not the fault of our residents and Tucson Water customers. So I do want to recognize that in the past 3 years alone, Tucson Water and the city of Tucson and its staff has been able to procure and secure more than $43.6 million in water-related projects that will enhance our region's water security. And we have to continue making sure that we're exploring funding opportunities under the bipartisan infrastructure law for innovative PFAS cleanup solutions. When I'm in DC and I'm having conversations with our congressional delegation and our congressional partners, and I talk about our unique need as a closed source aquifer, which increases our dependence on a diminishing Colorado River supply, that always perks, our congressional delegation's ears up. Because of the drought, because of climate change, and because of the 22-year drought, and because of our unique closed source aquifer, it is that much more urgent to make sure that we are bringing in those responsible for tainting our water systems to the city of Tucson. But I don't want to diminish the incredible work that our Tucson Water team and mayor and council have done to be able to bring funds to the table to be able to remediate PFAS contamination in our water sources. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I just wanted to invite our colleagues on the council, Councilmember Kozachik.
2 quick questions. On the June 30th ADEQ letter to Tucson Airport Authority and DOD, they gave them 90 days to, quote, resolve the cost allocation among themselves. That's ended September. What happens after 90 days?
Well, there's frequent meetings. I believe it's going to be 90 days, and there's multiple steps that are outlined in that memo, Councilmember Kozachik. So we're in the process right now of transmitting a lot of the invoices and the incurred cost, the details that the Department of Defense and the airport require to be able to look at reimbursing the city. So that's the stage we're at right now. And then, those action items, I think, will continue. I believe it's every intent of ADEQ and EPA to hold the responsible parties feet to the fire, and that's been the actions in some of the first meetings that we've had after that June 30th letter.
Okay. And the second question, last question, is Attorney General Mays recommended that we deny the 3M settlement offer. Can you speak a little bit about that and where we are in that process?
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. There's, at the end of July, the attorneys general for a number of states have signed on to an objection to the proposed settlement that 3M has put on the table in connection with the multi-district litigation. What I intend to do is have an executive session with the mayor and council at the next meeting, August 22nd, to go through the proposed settlement agreement as presented by 3M, the nature of the objections that have been raised both by the Arizona Attorney General but other Attorney Generals throughout the nation, and quite honestly our own concerns with the nature of the settlement proposal.
All righty. Any others?
Madam Mayor.
Madam
Mayor.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Can the mayor and council be reminded of the funding spent by the city of Tucson in dealing with the PFAS for the changes in the ALP plant demonstration project, as well as the federal and state funds and grants changed since the start of this issue?
Okay. Councilmember Fimbres, Mayor, members of council. So just at the TARP facility alone, we're in excess of $28 million there in between capital and operation and maintenance costs related directly to PFAS, and that's part of the invoicing and stuff that we're working on with the DOD and the airport. Regionally, I don't have that number at my fingertips right now, but that's something we'll work on because we do regularly sample all the wells throughout our system over the past several years, as well as we've lost access to 28 wells in the system that all have a capital value to the utility that should be recorded as a loss. Yeah.
Thank you. Any others?
Can we give us that information, that money, give us that number to the mayor and council when I can see it?
Yes.
We will, Councilmember Fimbres.
Madam Mayor, I appreciate you putting pressure on the Air Guard, National Guard, and all those other people that utilize this to start this place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anything else, John?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Alrighty. Thank you for the update, really appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to hearing what the response is from the parties that the letter was directed to in terms of the timeline. And I think we just have to make sure that we keep to that timeline in order to come to solutions, hopefully by this year. Really appreciate the presentation. We're moving on to item 7. Item 7 has been continued at the request of staff. So we move on to item 8. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? I do have one. I have item D to remove and consider separately on the consent agenda, just to ask some clarifying questions for the purposes of community concern. Any others? Mike.
Mayor, not to remove anything from the consent agenda, but just an update. I did a late add item with respect to the extension of the license agreement with the indoor football team, the Tucson Sugar Skulls. Sorry to throw that on at the last minute, but it really wasn't a choice on our end. But as the discussions have evolved just as in the last 48 hours, I just want to highlight that what we're really talking about now with the team is just a 1-year extension at this time, rather than committing to a 5-year term. That way we would have more time later on to actually take our time to negotiate and analyze a longer-term agreement going forward.
That sounds good. Thank you so much. We move on to item 8. I'm sorry, 9. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Hearing none, study session is adjourned. The regularly scheduled council meeting will begin at 5:43. Wait, hold on. 5:30. I was wishing. 5:30. The next study session will be Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023. We'll see you in 45 minutes. roll call.
Mix Santa Cruz.
Absent excused.
Yes. Mr. Cunningham. Here. Mr. Dahl.
Here.
Mrs.
She
Lee.
can't make a motion. She can poll, but she can't make a motion.
Excuse me.
Councilmember Fimbres, you're muted.
Councilmember Fimbres is here. Mr. Kozaczek. Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Mayor, before we begin item 2, we'll note for the record, Councilmember Fimbres is appearing at this meeting through electronic means.
Thank you.
Item 2, invocation.
Okay, Suzanne.
The invocation will be given by Pastor Dr. Andrew Ross of Northminster Presbyterian Church. After the invocation, I ask that you all remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's pray. Almighty God, you are the creator, sustainer, and redeemer of life. You give us rain. You give us life. You give us each day. Come and help us in this meeting. We thank you for our city council, for those who serve. We ask your grace to cover every aspect of this gathering tonight. May this be a safe space for citizens to express their opinions with contributions that are helpful for all. May this be a place where ideas matter more than titles, where the good of the community matters more than simply self-interest. Give us clarity of insight tonight, that we can effectively tackle each part of tonight's agenda. Help us, O God, to see the best solutions. Help us to find ways of mutual encouragement as we serve together as citizens of this city that we love, the city of Tucson. Dear God, help us to apply your wisdom and your calling and spirit of love for each of us and one another as we strive to live as citizens, committed to community, committed to care, as we decide on specific matters and make diligent plans. This we pray in your holy name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Ross, for gracing us with your presence today. And we move on to item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 225, dated August 8th, is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion, please, to approve the reappointments of Mr. Buell Janussi, Hyman Kaplan, Dennis Kuhn, and Craig Barone to the Outdoor Lighting Code Committee.
So moved.
There is a motion and a second. Before we vote on these, I would like to thank the citizens willing to serve the city of Tucson in this committee. Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 226, dated August 8th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? Alrighty, let me check with Councilmember Fimbres. Do you have any?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I do.
Okay, we're gonna do Councilmember Fimbres first, and then we'll go to those in the live dais. Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On a personal note, on August 4th, I celebrated my 45th wedding anniversary with my dear wife, Mary. We have raised 2 great sons and recently celebrated our newest grandchild. I want to express my thanks to my dear wife for her love and support as I work to recover from my surgeries. It's been a long, challenging road, and I'm grateful for her and her support. Another sad note, Tucson has lost a great lady matriarch of a family who has done so much for Sunnyside schools and our community. Josie Hadana passed away August 1st. Manny and Josie helped to create the Sunnyside All-American Awards, which recognize students with the schools for the academics and community work. Our goes out to the entire family for their loss. Our condolences and prayers go out to the family. Our community has lost another great person, but gained another guardian angel. I thank Sally Polanco and the Tucson Raiders youth football program for their cleanup work at Silver Lake Park on July 23rd. I thank Mayor Kuchar from my office for her work coordinating this cleanup. Congratulations and hope that the Youth Leader Raiders program does not well in their upcoming season. On a sad note, the Randolph Little League, which plays at the Field of Dreams at Silver Lake Park in Ward 5, had a great run at the Little League World Series. But they lost the other night and they're eliminated. Congratulations to the team's managers and supporters. You made Tucson really proud. That's all I got, Madam Mayor. God bless you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Councilwoman Lee?
Awesome. Thank you, Mayor. I am really excited to announce that the city hired our first ever Chief Information Security Officer. And so I want to welcome Bhavesh Advani to the team. I also want to thank you, Mayor, and all of my colleagues up here and the city manager and even the city attorney for having to listen to me nag about cybersecurity for almost 4 years now, but it's critical signal that we are taking this work very seriously as we need to be. And I'm very excited to have Bhavesh as part of the team. So that's the only thing I have for announcements, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Cunningham?
I've got a few announcements. Number one, welcome back to all the students in 3 of our local school districts. They all started either last Thursday or Monday. Obviously, that means there's more traffic and more travel time. Also, welcome back to youth football. All the major clubs started their programs this week. I think that's really exciting. It sounds like, based on some of the numbers from Parks, this is the largest participation we've had in girls softball and fall league and football in about 7 or 8 years. So that's a pretty amazing situation. It's going to be rough on our Parks a little bit, but we'll be ready. Finally, I wanted to give 2 recognitions out. One to Canyon View Little League. Canyon View Little League was in the Little League World Series and were eliminated after losing in the last innings in Hawaii and got beat the next day by Northern California, but they won the state championship and they're from Tucson. Also from Tucson in the younger group, the AAA group, is Rincon Little League. Rincon Little League won the state championship, and I think that was their 2nd or 3rd time in a row. So congratulations to those 2 Little Leagues, and that's the end of my report.
Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. For my announcement, I feel like I need to acknowledge the climate crisis that we are now living in. Over 550 weather-related records were broken across the United States last week. Tucson, along with the rest of the world, suffered through the hottest month ever recorded. Wildfires, tornadoes, and record-breaking floods are all happening, some as we speak. So I put this out there because everything that every decision this body makes, and maybe all of us in our personal lives, need to be viewed through the lens of global warming. Are we making things better, or are we adding to the problem? Finally, on a much happier note, the president was in our state this morning talking about federal money that's available for climate change, but also designating a new national monument. I'm going to garble the name. This is more than 1 million acres of public land, Forest Service and BLM on the north side and the south side of Grand Canyon. Now, it seems a little remote from Tucson, but hopefully you'll get to visit it someday. And I'm mentioning this because in my former job, I worked for 10 years towards this conclusion. It was led by tribal interests. These are the sacred traditional lands of the Havasupai, Hopi, Wallapai, Paiute, Navajo, Yavapai, Apache, Zuni, and Colorado River Indian tribes. The name, which I haven't learned to pronounce correctly yet, is the Baj Nuhavjo Eta Kuveni, which translates as ancestral footprints.
And the full title would be that, Ancestral Footprints of the Grand Canyon National Monument. So for me, it's a happy day. Thank you, Mayor.
And I wanted to include myself and attach myself to your sentiment regarding the 1 million acres preserved, the ancestral footprints of the Grand Canyon National Monument signed today by executive order by President Biden, and what it means to the state of Arizona and the entire country. You know, I've seen the work being done in the background, and I really want to personally thank Congressman Raul Grijalva, who has worked on this preservation effort for more than 15 years. It took a long time and a lot of effort from many in the state to preserve this incredibly valuable land for future generations and for the native nations that these are their ancestral lands, and they will co-manage this million acres and this national monument. It is an incredibly important day and something that took more than 15 years to be able to get to this day. So I just wanted to add my congratulations to everyone involved and thank both President Biden, the Native nations involved in this, as well as Congressman Grijalva for carrying this effort through the finish line for more than 15 years. With that, related but not, temperatures in Tucson continue to be extremely hot. And that is why I wanted to share that Tucson Parks and Recreation has recently announced that they will extend 6 more pools to be kept open till Saturday, September 30th, in addition to the 8 extended season pools in the city of Tucson. So we still have more than almost 2 months to be able to use our free pools in the city of Tucson. You can find the list of pools and schedules online at tucsonaz.gov under Parks and Recreation. Additionally, the city of Tucson is offering cooling centers 7 days a week from noon to 4 p.m., which are the hottest times of the day. The centers are located at Donald Ligon Center, El Pueblo Center, El Rio Center, Morris K. Udall Center, Randolph Center, and William Clemens Center. The Randolph Center is closed through Saturday, August 12th, and Morris K. Udall will be closed August 14th through the 19th for cleaning. Each cooling center will reopen after the cleanings. And then finally, the Tucson Convention Center is hosting a job fair on Wednesday, August 9th, which is tomorrow, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. The TCC will be hiring for part-time positions, including bartenders, operations, parking attendants, guest services, housekeeping, and more. Some positions will require on-site interviews, so dress to impress and bring resumes. This is a wonderful opportunity for Tucsonans to find a job with the Tucson Convention Center. Job seekers are encouraged to park for free at Lot A Garage, which is located at 260 South Church Avenue. With that, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 227, dated August 8th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, thank you. I actually was going to announce the same thing you did, which is the pools and the splash pads. So I do want to just take a quick moment and give a shout out to our aquatics group. If you remember last year, and I know Councilman Riddall and several of you had expressed concerns about some of the pools were not open, and we were able to successfully have them open this summer. I think it's really a function of leadership with Laura Hamway and her team to really take care of that. So again, encourage folks to get on the website, tucsonaz.gov, and look at the pools that are actually open extended hours or extended months. And we'll try it again this year and see how it goes for next year. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor license applications report from city manager.
City Manager's communication number 228, dated August 8th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's liquor license agenda, we have 4 requests for new licenses and 2 special events. All are in compliance with city requirements. However, we've received written letters of protest for the Family Dollar Store on St. Mary's. That item will be continued to the meeting of August 22nd. The second item is the special event at our Mother of Sorrows Church at 1800 South Kolb Road, which will be considered separately. An appropriate motion at this time would be to forward items 5B2 through 4 and 5C2 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
I'd like to make that motion, Your Honor.
There is a
Second.
motion and there is a second. Any further discussion on this motion?
Just for clarification, is the Our Mother of Sorrows on this, or are we doing that one separately?
Will be considered separately.
Thank you.
So there's a motion and a second. If no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries.
The item to be considered separately is the special event at our Mother of Sorrows Church, 1800 South Kolb Road in Ward 2.
Is there anyone here to speak on this item? We received a letter from one constituent opposed to this. I'm going to have the church speak with the constituent a little bit more to make sure that some of the boundaries are respected, but this is a one-time charity event, and so I'm inclined to recommend it for approval. So I move for approval.
Second?
There's a motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker card before making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. What I'll do is I'll call on the members of the public that were here on our previous meeting. So our first speaker will be Peter Norquist.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Peter Norquist. I'm a resident in Ward 3. Speaking of which, I want to briefly thank Mr. Dahl for our previous meeting, and I hope that we can follow up soon. And also thank Mr. Cunningham for reaching out, and I hope that we can nail down a date for a meeting soon as well. So today, I wish to make a few comments on the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan update, which was discussed in your previous study session. First, it was noted that the Climate Action Report will expand to include a public-facing dashboard and specific climate metrics. I look forward to seeing the dashboard and expect that all data sources which feed the established metrics will be made available to the public. During the past quarter, the city received notice of grant awards, including first, a $3 million water conservation grant to begin Tucson Water's transition to advanced metering infrastructure, beginning with the largest customer meters to improve customer water usage, tracking, information access, and accountability, and then a $488,000 EPA grant to leverage relationships with multiple school districts throughout the county to deploy and operate additional low-cost outdoor air pollution sensors. In view of the fact that the city of Tucson was one of 78 cities nationwide to apply for the U.S. Department of Transportation Smart City Challenge at the end of 2015, it appears that the city is fully on board with dual-use tracking technology, which allows for the collection of massive amounts of data that can be used in digital credit score models designed to punish individuals and organizations who fail to comply. Next, another grant application under review includes $11.5 million grant, charging and fueling infrastructure grant for an EV car sharing program, plus installation of publicly accessible EV charging infrastructure in urban and rural areas. The EV program is another program which, although touted as sustainable, is anything but when you take into consideration the rare earth minerals which are required to sustain an EV and alternative energy economy. Farmers across the country are having their land invaded and in some cases seized by companies who ostensibly wish to lay a carbon sequestration pipeline, but are in fact simultaneously sampling for mineral deposits to feed this infrastructure. Finally, the Pima Association of Governments is committed to releasing an updated greenhouse gas emission report during the summer of 2023. I wish to draw attention again to the fact that both the City of Tucson and PAG are paying members of ICLEI, something which I assert should be openly disclosed to the tax-paying public. ICLEI continues its war on CO2, despite the fact that current CO2 levels are near record lows and we're actually CO2 impoverished, to the point that it will soon become life-threatening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Norquist. Tara Radcliffe.
She's not able to be here tonight.
Garrett Weaver. Garrett Weaver. Robert Bulacek. Benjamin Need. Marianne Graffagnino. Righty, those were the speakers that didn't get to speak the last meeting. And we're starting with Zara Amat Post.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. I'm Zara Ahmed Post. I'm a resident of the City of Tucson in Ward 6, and I represent myself and the Tucson skateboarding community, and that includes a 20-member strong all-girls skate crew known as BABS. Skateboarding is growing in America. It's growing fastest among women and minorities, more so than any other demographic. This is an inclusive, diverse, and caring community. Skateboarders are good stewards of the few spaces that we have to safely and legally practice our sport. The YMCA skate park has been a pillar of our Eastside community, offering a space for people of all ages, ethnicities, orientations, and genders to come together, form strong bonds through our mutual love of skating. The primary investment in building, the considerable primary investment in building the park has already been made. Some estimates put the value of this infrastructure at $2 to $3 million. The hard surfaces are in good condition, and skaters take pride in keeping the space accessible and clean. It would be irresponsible for the city to lose out on this investment, especially to lose out on the opportunity to provide a free, inclusive gathering space for your diverse constituencies. If Tucson adopts the YMCA skate park into Parks and Recreation, it will be providing a service not only for the East Side skate community, but for skaters from Nogales, Sonora, Hermosillo, Tijuana, Phoenix, and every other sister city that the Tucson skate community embraces and supports. Skate parks and skating provide outlets, support systems, mentoring opportunities, mutual aid, and build confidence and teach mindfulness. We skaters provide these services to the community and for each other for free. And we ask that you help us help each other and continue Tucson's tradition of community-centered life by taking on and funding what is currently the YMCA skate park. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, can we get an update? Because I know we've started that process.
Mayor, Councilor Cunningham, I've been looking into that.
Righty, FOIA, McCormick and Isaiah Francisco.
Good evening. My name is Faye McCory, and this is Isaiah Francisco, and we are citizens of Tucson. I believe you're in Ward 2. Ward 6, okay. We represent Goodwill's Youth Re-Engagement Centers, so we are also in support of the proposal for the city to take over the Ott Skate Park. We think that it would be a good opportunity for our services to help the youth who will visit the skate park, especially if there are concerns about maybe, you know, quote unquote bad apples. The services that we provide include help with academics, so GED, diploma. We also have job readiness services. We have mentoring groups. Isaiah leads out, he's our healthy masculinity coordinator, so he also facilitates our boys groups, if you wanted to speak to that.
So we do a community circle that we can put into the community with those guys skating at that skate park. It's just an opportunity for them to share emotions and things that society tell them that's not okay to do. So those opportunities that get to say, hey, I'm sad or I'm feeling a certain type of way, they get an opportunity to say it to me or say it to their other peers in that space.
Yeah, I think it's important for our youth to have, you know, adequate supports in the community, so we hope to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. Luke Menke. Luke Menke.
Hello. It's great to be able to come up here and talk to you face to face. So I was actually here several months ago in regards to another homeless displacement policy that unfortunately we saw get passed through just before record heat waves across the country. The displacement of homeless individuals is and always will be an infliction of misery upon people who are already experiencing the worst. Without adequate measures to house those individuals and give them the support that they need, it is a recipe for death and sickness and a return to homelessness if all their needs are not adequately met. Unfortunately, Tucson, which was able to afford a appreciable ranking on cost of living for many years, has seen a fall from those rankings as the cost of living here has gotten worse and worse. Myself and several of my partners have recently experienced homelessness and were unable to, despite working full-time jobs, find even a studio apartment for under $900 post-utilities. That is right at half of our paychecks. Right now, I know that there are individuals and organizations in the local community that would give anything to vie for more than 3 minutes of your time with possible solutions that Tucson could enact. I do not know if it is clear to individuals in elected positions just how much power they hold over the organization of our city. However, I do know, and I think it's readily apparent to everyone who lives here, in the US, in Tucson, that things are getting worse. And without creative applications and solutions to increase the quality of living in our city, things will only get worse for more people. Homelessness right now is a disease to be treated and cared for. It is something that can be addressed, and that we are seeing organizations internationally and nationally propose policies that are working to address it. In Tucson, we have so many passionate individuals with solutions, and all they need to do is be listened to. We don't have long to leave our mark on this city and what it will look like in the future before crises start to catch up to us. If we don't actively start making changes to the city now to future-proof us, we are going to watch this city collapse as its residents fall into homelessness and poverty that is inescapable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menke. We've Kavan Gray. Kavan Gray. Victoria DeVasto.
Hello. The Santa Rita Park Master Plan involves a renovation of the park and all its facilities. You've held countless meetings involving logistics, construction, planning, and funding for this park's future infrastructure. All of this solely catering to the housed residing near Santa Rita Park. During construction, this area will be blocked off entirely. We have yet to hear of a plan, a meeting, or even a discussion regarding the unsheltered residents' future when this action is to take place. A massive project involving millions of dollars, new structures, a dog park, walking paths, a new skate park, all for the housed. Where will the very real people who right now are sitting on that grass go? Where will they be pushed to? Santa Rita Park has remained a central, accessible location for people to gather. Shade, resources, and when the city permits, bathroom access are all necessities relied on to keep people alive. We hear no set date for commencement, yet quote unquote next year is 4 months away. This time is crucial. Now is the time to sit down, not only with your colleagues, but with us, groups of community mutual aid members who know these people. We need a plan for human lives before you cut the ribbon. Temperatures are reaching over 110 degrees. Our friends are in and out of the hospital. We've seen heat stroke, intense sickness, and immense suffering from lack of water access. In addition to handing out essential items every week, we now pass out free water on Sundays as well. A small group of us go downtown and walk 4th Ave to Congress with coolers and wagons. We are out here every week because you are not. Water is a human right. Here's a solution. Free water stations in parks, downtown, in hotspot areas, and in every ward. This is a life or death situation. Parks and hotspot areas need your support the most. These people need your support the most. These projects have growing support from community members and local businesses, and people are paying attention. And again, we are more than willing to meet with you. Thank you.
Kathy De La Penta. Kathy De La Penta.
I even brought my own little timer. Good evening. My name is Kathy De La Penta. I am a Tucson resident. I am not a paid speaker, and I represent myself. My subject is HR 3557. I'm here to alert you to a newly introduced federal bill that, if passed into law, would have a major impact on the quality of life for Tucsonans. HR 3557, quote, the American Broadband Bill of 2023, end quote, would take away local control over telecommunications facilities across the U.S. It would eliminate critical environmental and historical protections, completely waiving the rules of the National Historic Preservation and National Environmental Protection Acts. This bill represents an unprecedented and dangerous infringement of local government's authority to manage public rights-of-way and land use. It would strip away the City of Tucson's control over the permitting of telecommunication facilities, as well as community input, granting telecommunication providers virtually unlimited access to Tucson's public rights-of-way. Telecommunications infrastructure is clearly a local issue. Each application and antenna location is unique, and proper analysis requires expert knowledge of local circumstances, including effects on people in nearby homes, schools, and workplaces. The City of Tucson needs to employ its maximum authority vested under current state and federal law to protect residents and regulate the deployment of telecommunication facilities like the 5G towers. HR 3557 takes away the local control wisely granted by the 1996 Telecommunications Act and gives it to the federal government instead. Numerous organizations are in opposition to this bill. It is opposed by the U.S. Conference of Mayors, of which you, Mayor Romero, are a member on behalf of Tucson. It is also opposed by the National Association of Counties, of which Pima County is a member, the National League of Cities, and local and tribal governments. In closing, I am asking you to take 2 actions on behalf of Tucsonans. First, please consider passing a municipal resolution opposing this bill, H.R. 3557. For the record, I have a sample resolution to submit. Second, please contact Arizona's representatives and senators in Washington and ask them to vote no and defeat this bill. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Jonathan Salvatierra. Jonathan Salvatierra.
Madam Mayor, I have some handouts for council and
You can give it to the clerk.
Anna Rosenberry. My name is Jonathan Salvatierra. I'm not a retained speaker. I'm a native Tucsonan. I'm glad to announce that Barbara Villegas has taken the legislative position of Andreas Cano, and we welcome her benefits to the community. The next item that was on the handout is a new study that found that COVID-19 DNA linked to Moderna patent filed in 2016 sparks discussion on lab leak theory. And this is unique because it's the mRNA type of vaccination is not completely proven, and there are many ongoing research studies that have validated some dissension in its use. The findings published in Frontiers in Virology have raised new suspicion that the COVID-19 virus may have been tinkered within a lab. But records show that Moderna had filed a patent in February 2016, 3 years before the pandemic, as part of its cancer research division. It's the only coronavirus of its type to carry 12 unique letters that allow its split protein to be activated by a common enzyme called furin, allowing it to spread between human cells with ease. The patented sequence is part of a gene called MSH3, and this can be looked up on YouTube under their search titles for more edification. It affects how damaged cells repair themselves in the body. And just as a kind of an understanding of the importance of this, the team that did research, claimed that there's a 1 in 3 trillion chance of Moderna's sequence randomly appearing through natural evolution. So it's either being used to elicit cancers in mice or institutional genocide. That's a possibility. We don't know, and it's very concerning to me that this spike protein can come into the body, and
Salvatierra, come to a conclusion, please.
within 6 hours it goes into the spine and into the brain. It's identified there. So I'd appreciate your help in looking at this as far as its relevance to our retirement plans and city employees and their protection and care. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Royce.
I'm Robert Royce. I'm holding $1 million in my hand here.
One was fronted by the mayor, sent to every voter in Tucson. Another was fronted by the mayor. Another was fronted by Kevin Dow. And while I'm used to this one-party city manager government throwing in with whoever the dominant special interest in our city is, and just for the record, the two-party manager government that came before, I'm most disappointed by this one being fronted by the Tucson Firefighters Association, totally inappropriate. Another $1 million for the election, $2 million being paid for by the ratepayers, as near as I can tell, involuntarily in the case of all of us who opposed it. Now, there's no such thing as easy money. It's a figment of people's imagination. Every fast buck that one man makes is paid for by the toil and suffering of other human beings, either being underpaid or being overcharged for the products. So Fortis, having paid too much for Tucson Electric Power, they now want to recoup their money. I understand the stockholders selling out for a profit. It's the American way. No one would argue with that, but now we're supposed to pay and pay to justify the inflated price that they paid for Tucson Electric Power. So I expect you to work out, or we need to work out a better deal. And what I need to, when I'm standing up for, in the situation that you've engineered, you're going to need every single one of us that opposes this thing to support the new franchise before it passes. And for my part, what I need to see is a fair price paid for rooftop electric, no more than a 3-cent differential between what we are paid and what we pay. I need to see some real, not imaginary movement to sustainable energy sources. And personally, I think that 9-point-something% return is too high. We need to reel in the expectations of this electric company. If we don't learn to stand up to the gougers, they're going to eat us alive. Thank you.
Mr. Royce, according to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, mayor and council can respond to criticism made by speakers. And I just want to clarify that what you said, according to what I heard, is that taxpayers fronted for the election. That is incorrect information. Tucson Electric Power paid for the election, and an independent campaign paid for any mailers received by voters. Nope, you've got your 3 minutes. I wanted to clarify that because I do not want misinformation being spread in the community by you or anyone. Our next speaker is going to be Veronica Henley.
Hello, my name is Veronica Hanley. I own 2 businesses in Tucson, and I represent myself. I was a very happy recipient of the Somos Uno grant, and that was 3 years ago. Somewhere along the way, though, I felt as if, through no one's fault, I felt like businesses were forgotten in Tucson, me included. I'm in Ward 1 in one of my businesses, I think, and then definitely Ward 3. And we've had, not me personally, but break-ins next to me. I own a doggy daycare and boarding facility, and I own a self-serve dog wash and grooming facility. And I'm doing very well, but I'm getting concerned about the break-ins. And so I read that Ward 4 supported some grants for business security, and I was hoping along the lines it could be considered or discussed in Ward 1 or 3 that grants could be given to businesses to up security. I have what I think is high security. I think I could use a little bit more. I had somebody at 1:30 in the morning try to open a door to a doggy daycare with 25 dogs in it, and I think that's very disconcerting. They were obviously on something. So if Ward 1, 3, maybe all the wards could get together and support more grants for businesses to up their security system so that people can't get in or can't break in, or they could be, held accountable for that. I would very much appreciate it, especially as someone that's a minority business owner, a woman, someone that has to protect herself by carrying, and I didn't have to do that 3 years ago. So if that could be considered, I would very much appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Councilman Lee?
Yeah, so Suzanne, could we get her information? Because I want to put her in contact with the chamber who helped coordinate that. I know there's been a lot of demand, and I think they're working on additional funding, so we'll get you in touch with them.
Sid Cordova?
Hi, I'm Sid. I've been doing street outreach in this city for years, especially focused on harm reduction and distribution hubs like Z Mansion downtown and Community on Wheels at Santa Rita Park. In March, our police chief stated that 68% of people currently unsheltered have lived in Tucson for at least 6 years, that many of them can be considered our prior neighbors. But they're still our neighbors. A person's opinions and needs do not become less real, important, or human once they're stranded on the street. I remember when we were putting out surveys about the Santa Rita Park renovations 2 years ago. I was at the park when a community fair was hosted there, claiming to care about the input of the community that would be most affected by these changes. Yet there were alarmingly few outreach workers with connections there or even paper versions of these surveys, leaving the majority of those actually living in the park without phones, unable to scan the QR code otherwise required to access the survey. The surveys were vague and idealist with no reference to the vacating, quote, that these changes would require. No surprise, the renovation plans you're finalizing seem only to consider the interests of those in houses. It doesn't feel like you've taken seriously the opposition that's been there and growing since the onset of this discussion. A friend of mine currently recovering from houselessness asks you, are there any homeless people on your committees? You're all sitting in a room talking about homelessness, but then you get into your air-conditioned car and go sleep between walls on a bed and never fully understand what we're going through out there. I'm asking you to reconsider and pause this first step of renovations, at least until there are solid, consistent, and holistic supports for those who relied on it as a place for bathrooms, shade, and shelter, and reasonable proximity to the few resources available. You have plenty of money to build a new jail, to make this park shinier, etc., yet act like the support for our street neighbors isn't feasible and out of reach. If your priority is that the park's neighborhood be more family-friendly, first remember that there are families living in that park right now. Second, safe use sites are one of the most consistently successful strategies to increase public safety and decrease crime rates. Just like creating more positions for social workers, behavioral health workers, peer support specialists, housing specialists, employment specialists, benefits specialists, advocates. Housing First is great and I'm grateful for it, but it's still struggling with bare minimum staff, space, and money, and sometimes still feels more for show than it does for realistic, sustainable, or genuine care. Meanwhile, the displacement of street-based people, as would happen at the park, according to the National Council on Homeless Healthcare, causes a 151% in overdose mortality, is responsible for 15 to 25% of deaths in people who are unsheltered. I'm scared for my friends, and it costs us all in increased healthcare costs from increased hospitalizations, infections. You have money from the National Opioid Settlement, yet we've seen no dialogue from the city about safe injection sites. Your increased jail funding will only ensure more and more people get stuck in the jail homelessness cycle. Houselessness is a collective community, not individual problem.
Ms. Cordova, please come to a conclusion. Your 3 minutes is over.
It's all of our responsibility, not something that will stop by just literally sweeping it away. And if we're not willing to see the consequences of our lack of care in this community, in our streets and parks, maybe we are not the ones who should be taking space there. Thank you.
Ryan Ayala. And this will be our last speaker.
Hi, my name is Ryan Ayala. I am a local in the Tucson area. I am representing the skate park, and I I want to just say that I used to get in trouble a lot before I found out skating was a thing, and now that I skate, I go to Ottman Skate Park pretty much every day. It's like a big family. We all take care of each other. Whatever happens, like with mess, we all clean it up. We all contribute to something, and we all try to clean up as best as we can. That's why we're asking for funds to help open the skate park to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ayala. And that is call to the audience come to a conclusion, but I did want to ask those interested in the Santa Rita Park renovations to stand by at consent agenda. We will be asking Parks and Recreation some of the questions and concerns that you've expressed to our offices. So item six comes to a conclusion, and we move on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through N.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have item A, approval of minutes. Item B, Tucson Code Amendment quorum requirements for certain boards, committees, and commissions. Item C is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County for the summer youth program. Item D is Parks and Recreation authorizing and approving of the closing of a portion of South 3rd Avenue and incorporating it into Santa Rita Park. That will be considered separately. Item E is Parks and Recreation intergovernmental agreement with Pima County for early education program. Item F is the Reed Zoo amendment to the management agreement to codify the final Pathways to Asia location as part of the Reed Park Zoo master plan. Item G is an intergovernmental agreement with the Regional Transportation Authority for the 22nd Street Camino Seco to Houghton Road Improvement Project. Item H is boards, committees, and commissions transit task force status change to become a permanent committee. Item I is the final plat C96484 for Mr. Car Wash at South Houghton Road and East Meadow Willow Trail. Item J is the final plat S21077 La Estancia de Tucson Phase 2. Parcel 8. Item K is the real property acquisition of private property for proposed water infrastructure at Pima Street and Belvedere Boulevard. Item L is real property acquisition of water easements for proposed water infrastructure location in the vicinity of Houghton Road and I-10. Item M is water intergovernmental agreement with the cities and towns of Gilbert, Peoria, and Scottsdale for the storage, recovery, and exchange of Central Arizona project water. Item N is approving an amendment to the license agreement with the Tucson Sugar Skulls to establish a new 5-year term, provide additional seating capacity, and allow for sports gaming. That is the consent agenda, Your Honor. The appropriate motion would be to approve items A through C and E through N.
So moved. There's a motion. There's a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion on the proposed motion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. And we are going to consider item D separately.
Item D is Parks and Recreation, authorizing and approving the closing of a portion of South 3rd Avenue and incorporating it into Santa Rita Park.
Mr. Manager, I requested that we consider this item separately because there are a lot of questions from the community, and I just want to make sure that we have an opportunity to ask some of those questions and concerns expressed by community on this. So just wanted to put them out there and see if that helps with some of the concerns from community members. First, please explain the master planning process that was utilized in developing the Santa Rita Park Master Plan.
Mayor, happy to do that. I do have Laura Hamway, the Director of Parks and Recreation, present, and we'll answer your questions directly. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, Ms. Hamway, please explain the master planning process that was utilized, and can you please focus on community engagement and outreach?
Sure.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. We started the master planning process in 2021. We had 3 virtual meetings, 3 on-site community engagements at the park, and 2 surveys, one in June of 2021 and one in November of 2021, which had a total participation of 614 people. From that process is how we were able to make the decisions on coming up with what the master plan finally conveyed in terms of improvements.
What does Ordinance 12022 accomplish? Why is this step necessary?
So what the new master plan conceptualized was being able to rearrange the parking lot that currently exists on the western side, northwest side of the park. And by doing that, if we were to take that small portion of 3rd Avenue between 21st and 22nd, incorporate it into the park, we could then move the parking lot, I'd put a new parking lot in off of 22nd. So the ordinance purpose is for mayor and council to approve deeming that stretch of road surplus. And by deeming it surplus, it means then they can then join Parks and Rec and become part of our inventory. But that will not happen. I mean, this is an administrative action right now. That doesn't mean that we're doing anything to that road, say tomorrow or next month.
What is the timeline for construction and park improvements at Santa Rita?
So we're still in design phase. The design is scheduled or forecasted to be completed in November. We would still then have to go into permitting. And then once we come out of permitting, we have to go out to bid for a construction company. So in my mind, I would say a safe bet is that we would be getting closer to discussing a construction date summer of 2020.
What opportunities for continued outreach and engagement exist?
So actually today, we launched a survey for the residents to choose between 2 different playground designs for the park. And that'll be open for 2 weeks. So at different phases where we have that opportunity for additional public input into what they'd like to see in the park itself, we do put that out. Additionally, we know and are very mindful that as we get closer to that construction period, we'll be working with community health and safety and wellness, Housing First, the Homeless Task Force, because we're very cognizant that we need to have a plan for there.
So related to that, how are resources being provided to the unsheltered community at Santa Rita Park to encourage resources, for them to accept resources as we approach a construction timeline?
Well, right now we're in normal outreach support or services through care coordinators or through the Homeless Task Force. We don't have a defined plan right now because we don't know enough about the months, all the logistics that are going to impact all of that. When things start to come and to more together and are firmer, then we can have a task force that is specifically discussing what are we going to do, how do we get multiple points of engagement, where do they go? I mean, we don't even know. It's a lot of details that we just don't know right now, not just in parks, but in terms of housing capacity. So it's very early for us to try and do forecasting of that.
Can we make sure that Parks and Recreation, Housing First, Community Safety, Health and Wellness, and TPD, all of us that work together on issues of unsheltered, can we make sure that we're including Community on Wheels and others that provide services on the ground at Santa Rita Park so that they can help us find solutions for how we offer the resources for alternative living?
Sure.
For our unsheltered community?
That's definitely something we can deliver on.
Okay, thank you. I know that our Assistant City Manager, Liz Morales, has been through housing community development part of this conversation. Liz, did you want to include anything on this?
Yes, Mayor, just in addition to what Director Hamway has shared, is that what we currently do is a lot of engagement. As many of our partners know, we are coordinating. Our outreach teams are constantly meeting every week, every couple of weeks, to ensure that people are connected to resources and potential housing opportunities. So that's critical to us, is that especially Santa Rita, we know there's a larger representation there. So we welcome the opportunity to continue to coordinate with the community advocates around how do we continue to engage and connect people to those much needed housing and services.
Thank you, Laura. Really appreciate it.
Have a good evening.
I don't have any additional questions. Does any of my colleague have anything?
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Fimbres.
this only closes off zero traffic on 3rd Avenue, increase green space, which the neighborhoods want. I want to thank the neighborhoods and staff here who participated, Laura Hanway, and thanks to the staff and Linda Robles from Alvis for working with the neighborhoods and hard work. Then I move the agenda item, Madam Mayor.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to move forward with the agenda item. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Fimbres?
Right.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham? Mayor Romero?
Aye. Item passes 6-0, and that was the end of the consent agenda.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you all so much for staying and for your input.
You want me to say
And
it
let's
right?
make sure that we continue working with each other. Thank you for caring. We move on to item 8.
Zoning T-Mobile Rhiannon Drive R2 Wireless Communication Facility Ordinance Adoption, Ordinance number 12020.
City Manager's Communication Number 237, dated August 8th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12020 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12020 relating to zoning a special exception land use wireless communications facility, TPENT 0323000017 T-Mobile Rhiannon Drive, 25 feet south of Golf Links Road and 185 feet west of Pantano Road, approving with conditions the construction of a wireless communication facility co-located with an existing utility pole 65 feet in height, located in R2 zone, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
I move to pass and adopt ordinance 12020.
Motion? There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 9.
Water notice of intention to increase water rates and fees for commercial and industrial water customers, resolution number 23655.
City Manager's Communication Number 239, dated August 8th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23655 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23655 relating to water, approving the publication of a notice of intention to adjust commercial and industrial water rates and fees for fiscal year 2023 through fiscal year 2027, and scheduling a public hearing and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mr. Mayor, before I make the motion, I'm happy to, I have one question for Director Kimmick. In the material, we identify certain water users who would have zero water use during the winter months. Who is that?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, members of council, that would generally fall under some irrigation accounts where people of those commercial and industrial properties turn off their irrigation altogether, so they wouldn't be active during those winter months.
Okay, so it's simply green space that is not associated with any other use?
Correct. It's
all right.
zero
Okay,
use.
thanks. So just reading and thinking, who does that? So, all right, with that, I would move that we pass and adopt Resolution 23655, setting a date for the public hearing on the water rate increase for October 17th of this year.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you. I'm glad we're moving this along, this water conservation measure, and of course, there'll be a public hearing and we'll get to decide it later. These proposals are aligning the commercial and industrial class of water users to residential by adding an additional tier to the summer block rate, meaning the more you use, the more you pay, which is how we achieve water conservation. Secondly, and this is so counterintuitive, we are increasing summer. But since our summer is long, it's so appropriate. And that gets to the discretionary use, the outside use. Thank you, Director, for you and your team's great work on this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl. Any others? Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Cunningham? Mr. Fimbres? Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Thank you. Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23655 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 10.
Tucson Code amending Chapter 10 of the fiscal year 2024 compensation plan relating to paramedic assignment pay for commissioned fire personnel in a fire command position, ordinance number 12021.
City Manager's Communication Number 238 dated August 8th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12021 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12021 relating to compensation plan fiscal year 2024, amending Tucson Code Section 10-34.1 to reflect assignment pay for fire commanders who maintain a national or state certification and to update the pay schedule B and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Happy to make this motion, Your Honor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, Your Honor, it's intermediately related to this. We had AFSCME in here earlier. Some of their members are here. We've got a similar situation with another specialized job. And so maybe we can look at this model for the paramedics on how we adapt to it. I know that city staff's working on it, but I just thought I'd mention it.
All righty. Thank you so much. We will go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12021 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 11.
Elections, canvassing the returns and declaring the results of the August 1st, 2023 primary election, resolution number 23657.
City Manager's Communication Number 244 dated August 8th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23657 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23657 relating to elections, canvassing the returns and declaring the results of the primary election held in the city of Tucson, Arizona on August 1st, 2023.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt resolution number 23657.
Second that.
There is a motion in a couple of seconds.
And I would like to congratulate the mayor and Paul and Councilmember Santa Cruz in absentia for winning the primaries, and Nikki was not challenged, so there you go.
So there you go. Any other discussion points?
Congratulate my mayor and council staff.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Really appreciate it. On to the general. Let's remind the community that there's still a general that's coming November 7th, and that it is an all vote by mail election for City of Tucson residents, and that this year we are partnering with the Pima County Recorder's Office to make sure that both city initiatives and city candidates are in one ballot with school district elections, which is part of the incredible partnership that we're forging and forming with Pima County. So that's all good news. With that, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Cunningham? Aye. Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23657 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 12.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023, at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much and have a wonderful rest of your week.
your certificates of nomination.